All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff, also known as Yuzengren, and I'm joined today by the wonderful Peter H. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I'd love to. My name is Peter H. I'm a staff member with Null Signal Games. I handle a lot of playtest coordination for them. I was formerly a team member for Unbanned. Unbanned has changed a lot since I was last most active in it, but I did a lot of testing and prototyping for the Built to Last deck that Sokka used in the winning games for Worlds last year. So that's probably my big competitive game. Really happy to be here and excited to watch the Netrunner, Jeff.
Yeah, I'm excited. We are getting off to a fantastic game to start. We've got CTZ on the left playing OB, Super Heavy Logistics, and Hams on the right playing Essa Efontov. The OB, I think, is the Cascadia ID from last year, and the Essa is the Essa ID from Worlds last year. So we've got some great reps, but it looks like both players are kind of settling in, waiting for time to get started. Um, so
Well, that's a
yeah,
good
this is a
opportunity for us to talk about this matchup because I want to know your thought. You are an OB expert, by my understanding. So tell me what it's like running OB into ESA here. What are you looking for?
So Essa is one of your most challenging matchups because the whole point of playing Ob is that your deck is basically your toolbox, and if you're sabotaging out of your deck, you're losing tools at random to your toolbox from your toolbox. So often you'll see some heavy icing on archives, and something that some players are starting to do is look more at sabotaging from hand instead of the top of R&D because their cards in hand in some cases are less valuable than having the cards still in your deck. But here we see CTZ going for a pretty standard opening play of install 3 cards, 1 protecting a remote, and then 2 assets. And S is off to the races, seeing an ice wall on the remote, installing a Botulus, and then stealing an Azef out of the remote. So some very aggressive play. It looks like there was a Bravado played in there that I missed very quickly, and we see a Svitogor Excavator, which is a huge engine for this Ob deck to kind of cycle through its tools in a variety of fashions. It is expensive to trash at 4, so the runner's opting to not do so, and we're off to turn 1. Or turn 2 for CTC. Wow, this game's moving at a mile a minute. Ice Wall is trashed, and we're going to just gain the 3 credits, not do an op search. It looks like, and that's sort of where we're situated. So runner is up on 2 points here. You never like to see that as the court, but now CTZ is having to think and figure out what his path is forward from here. Uh,
Yeah, that was a really aggressive early push, it looked like. You don't always see Corps trying to score out turn one with tools that runners have, whether it's Botulus, Boomerang, or any Shaper tricks. Um, if we have a chance to even reflect on what's going on here, what do you think was the thinking behind pushing Azef turn one there?
I mean, the Wayland deck does want to put out a lot of threats pretty quickly. I think the idea behind the early Ozef push is that you want to put some threat on the board, and if you in the ideal world where the runner doesn't have a tool, you get to score the Ozef and then turn your Ice Wall into either a Spin Doctor or a Rashida to get some forward momentum going. But it looks like CTC is setting up for another turn of this, and the runner is getting things moving with installing their Marrow to make the any future scores more difficult. This style of this op deck looks a lot like the Jantuno's op lists that they took to that it took to Continentals, um, and it's a lot around scoring an early eminent domain and getting an archer out, and that can be a big tool in this style of list.
What do you expect ESSA to have to fight that once the Archer potentially comes out? Well, there's another 3-2. There's Azef Protocol, and it looks like trashing the Svitogor to the Azef.
Yep, got lots of cards in hand. Ham's just flinging them around. And we're gonna hit 2 cards there, I think. But we're just doing them one at a time. It doesn't particularly matter. It does matter for Steelskin that we would not draw in the middle. Hitting a pinhole is nice there for the Ob. So as the Essa deck in this matchup, I think you want to try and ideally you want stuff like you want some finalities in your deck so that you can just kind of close out the game quickly and suddenly. Uh, Lamb and Begamon is usually the main breaker suite in these lists. and that ends up being a big deal. It looks like we're resolving a ghost tongue on the table, and we're hitting a strike fund, part of this core of the anarch economy. Um, but I
Yeah,
think
what a
it,
deal! Not even because of the ESA effect, not even losing the card effectively, getting to draw it back, and then getting the money for strike fund. Really strong.
yeah, yeah, and so both players are just setting up. Seeing a roll on archives, we're seeing an Archer, a Maryland, a Rashida, and an Extract all in the bin. All of those tools are like, this is the thing about sabotaging. All of those cards are fantastic for the Ob's game plan, and so that's part of why this matchup is famously like, people will always say it's very ESA favored. I'm never sure. I as a diehard Ob player, I'm never quite sure if I believe that it's actually favored for ESA, but it's definitely not. It's one of the matchups I always struggle with the most. Uh, so, I guess
Yeah, it definitely seems very high tempo. And
yeah.
we saw that Archer in the bin. Do these kind of obelisks usually run two Archers? Is there another one around for Eminent Domain?
Yeah, so usually the decks run two. I've seen some people saying, "Oh, you should go all the way up to all three." The nice thing is, like, scoring a single eminent domain allows you to get two archers rezzed, especially if you actually have the Arcana. You can have this absolutely wonderful two archer remote, or an archer on the remote and an archer in the central. Looks like we're going to resolve a spin doctor here on a raindrops run on the remote, and then draw our two, shuffle back the archer, so that suggests that we're still trying to set up this eminent domain score. I wouldn't be shocked to see an extract. It's just such a core economy piece here for Ob.
Yeah, one thing I'm also fascinated by here is choices of ice placement, which for a deck that seems comparatively light on ice, I mean, this is obviously not Glacier, where you choose to put the, two to maybe four pieces of ice you're going to get out, not counting eminent domain, seems really relevant. And one of those has gone on HQ, not R&D and archives. Um, do you think that's just a sort of tactical decision to be blocking out maybe an agenda that's hiding in HQ, or is there sort of Chashtushka that you're worried about here? Why is that ice going there, do you think?
Yeah, so usually it is for Chashushka. I would not be shocked. So, a lot of obelisks are like, oh, the border control is for the remote. But in practice against ESA, border control on HQ is one of your most important tools for shutting down their aggression. It often kind of two for ones, some of their Chashtushkas, because like you'll pop it on one Chashtushka and then they have to go and find a breaker, so it delays their second Chashtushka as well. Um, we're seeing it looks like an SDS in hand, an Afshar in hand. I can't quite tell, maybe a Spin Doctor on the end there. Um, and so I think, as the corp here, this is an interesting board state. It looks like corpse on 11, looks like runners on 14, both players on 2 points, one Spin Doctor down, a Nuka on the table. I'm kind of curious, I know you don't know these matches, these decks maybe quite as well, but I'm kind of curious how you look at this in terms of the tempo of the game and how you feel like this is going for both players.
Yeah, I feel like if you're Ob and you're facing down Essa, you're just inherently under an enormous amount of pressure. Sabotage already is going to apply this sort of ambient push for a corp to be proactive and to continue moving so that you're not bleeding resources. And especially for Ob, where as you say your deck is a toolbox, you start losing a lot of tactical and therefore strategic options as soon as you start milling cards off the top. So in that sense, I think trying to score early, trying to score fast makes a lot of sense here. Um, and I sort of always view the runner as being the control player. I know that S is a very aggressive deck, but ESA has a lot of tools to attack different servers here. I mean, you see the two ice on HQ, that's a lot of respect for Chashtushka, or just to try to protect what's probably that SDS you mentioned. Um, so the possibility of early aggression allows a runner to actually be more conservative and controlling because the corp needs to be so proactive in putting defenses. And I think that we're already seeing that a little bit with how this ice is being deployed and making this remote a little bit weaker as a result. So I'm curious to see what
Yeah,
ESA is going to do here. We do see that Chastushka in hand. What ESA
yeah.
is going to do back.
This is actually a really interesting board state here, where the runner put down Banhar, which is usually one of the main threats that make the matchup extremely challenging for any corp. Honestly, not Ob has some more tools than normal against Banhar in board control and such, but the big thing here is by double advancing, CTZ is threatening an SDS, and with no programs on the board, it's actually plausible that this SDS is completely unstealable. So it might just be 3 points for the corp here, but we're seeing Hams here on the right use the last charge on this Dr. Nuka to draw 3 cards. We're seeing a Bodulus hit the table. That's pretty much exactly what you want. It's a program you do not mind losing to an SDS one way or the other. Now we're going to see what this ice is. It is an envelopment, one of my favorite cards from the Borealis cycle. Looks like Banhar is going to. Oh, it looks like this was a Raindrops run with a Banhar. There's 5 subroutines. We have to check cards in hand count here. If there's any skill skins, it looks like there's 5 cards in hand. So this probably is going to do 4 damage one at a time. Um, and probably this SDS is going to get stolen, which CTZ is certainly not super happy about. There's the steel skin in the last hit. Hams goes up to 3. Oh, it looks like we're doing all 5 damage here. It's a little surprising to me. I feel like you'd want to save 1 HP for a Botulus that's going to go away. It is an SDS. Botulus gets trash. Runner is up 5-2. And also gets to draw 5 cards, which is probably the reason that the Botulus was not fired. This is a huge swing here for the runner.
Yeah, and talking about how fast the tempo is in this game, Ob is not going for an exhaustion plan here. You're not going to run this ESSA out of cards. So um, I think that means that on the ESSA side of things, the runner does not need to be as worried about losing an extra card that you're going to draw back. Sometimes against other kinds of Wayland decks, that can be a consideration. And especially for a deck like ESSA that has a harder time holding something like Ash Epilogue in hand, that could be a problem. You might want to save 1 card in your deck. Here, it's just go, go, go. And stealing an SDS is a huge deal.
Yep. So we see an SDS in the bin. It cannot be stolen. Um, and we also saw Chashushka get stopped by a border control on Centrals. Um, so Essa is now basically is taking the single and just doesn't take the game 6 points, and it's just seeing a couple more. And wow, that was a fast game.
That
Essa
was
will
quick and
just
brutal.
blitz through things in the right circumstance. It looks like we're on a 40-minute round timer, and we took about 10 minutes on that one. So yeah, this is what Essa can do to Ob, and it's actually one of the reasons that when I've been playing these Ob lists, I've actually been trying the like. You feel like you're under constant pressure, but I start to wonder if you can actually just say, what happens if I just ice up against the Essa for like the first 3 turns, and that like as if I'm playing against like an old school Crim, and then slowly develop outwards rather than trying to like sprint, because Essa does such a good job of spreading your defenses, as Hams did such a good job at demonstrating there by punching the remote with all the right tools, getting that Botulus from hand down to steal the SDS, and getting everything lined up.
Yeah,
So
I was really impressed with the very precise runner play there. You can see every run was extremely calculated. There was the run on the remote early with the Botulus. There was one Chashdushka on HQ, and no runs on R&D until the board and HQ have been poked down, prodded, ice has been committed, and then you only need the singles. There's this sort of
yeah,
conventional wisdom and sort of, as you get better at Netrunner, that running for signals isn't so good. And it can be very tempting if you see an open R&D to just run for those singles. But here, runner didn't go for them until the very end of the game when the points could immediately win it, and there was nothing else to worry about further to the right of the board.
yeah, it's also like at that same turn, Hams had drawn 5 new cards, so probably had a lot of tools in hand to keep going, and was sitting on it looks like 16 credits. So like it's running for singles when you're not set up is often a loss in tempo, but when you are set up and when you are ahead of the board on the court, getting those singles is a way to convert some of that advantage you have into actual like win percentage, or in this case, agenda points. CTZ probably a little bit can grumble a little bit about those 2 cards being back to back off the top agendas, but at the same time, sabotage is soft accesses in a lot of cases, and there's a lot of blind mills off of R&D that game, so those do add up, and probably Hams was pretty favored to win there after getting that SDS, just in terms of like the math of the game, so to speak.
Yeah, and you can really see how Ob kind of opted in to the pace of the game there, which they had to do, maybe. You were talking about the kind of theoretical alternative strategic line. But putting that as if out turn one really said this is going to be a fast game. the Corp had sort of chosen that this was going to be the tempo from turn one with how they had chosen to develop their board. Which is, I think, an interesting thing about these kind of matchups is that often runners can have a lot of control over the pace of the game, but it is ultimately the Corp who sets the tempo. They are the ones who get to choose where the agendas are going. They're going to choose what is going down where. If they want to force the issue, they can, and there because there's a world there where the corp just says, "No, I'm not going to put an agenda down turn one. I'm going to hold it and ice up differently, maybe ice HQ." And you might have a very different game on your hands where the runner doesn't necessarily know that they need to attack that server one in the same sort of way. But very fast, very brutal game. Do you feel that this is representative of what Standard is like in some ways? Is it a very fast format right now, or is there a pretty broad range in the kind of tempos that Corps are playing to?
I would say, yeah, the format is not the fastest we've had of the NSG era, I don't think, but it is definitely, well, as I say that, I'm trying to think of faster ones. Probably like sports metal versus endurance was probably a faster meta, but this meta has been, you know, pretty lightning fast. Other decks we're probably going to see throughout the day is going to include stuff like this. Jupstad Gurdas Mari. That game, I think every report I ever heard is that deck wins or loses by turn six. And this Ob is probably one of the slower decks in the format. There are a few. I would not be shocked. I'm to see if Sokka makes his normal approach to the top tables. He's been playing a kind of Glacier Ag Infusion, and it's not a slow deck per se. It's it probably wins most of the time, still in the mid to late teens of turns. Um, but no one's going to turn 20 in this format, I think, and that Ag Infusion is more the exception rather than the rule. We've got Rush PD as always. We have actually, something we were talking about before the event. There's an even number of Sports Metal, ASA, and PD all being repped today, which is really interesting. We have not seen really Sports Metal since the season started. And so I'll be interested to see if any of that makes its way across the table or across our camera today.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what those sports medal lists are going to look like and how their pilots are going to choose to run them out. Because in a format, I feel like historically, sports medal has been strong in formats that aren't quite as fast, ironically enough, because part of the power of sports medal is being able to prey on runners who are unprepared for the kind of speed. Sometimes you have, the game changer decks that are just so fast that just generate so much tempo early on that they overwhelm runners, even who are fairly teched into them. But it definitely seems like I expect sports metal to be a little bit more of a meta call tool. You pull out sports metal as like a shout out that, hey, I don't think Shaper is going to be bringing their clot. Which, speaking of, one of the big runner decks we might be looking at for this tournament is going to be Arasana or Lat, who maybe are cutting their clots. How do you think? Do you feel like Shaper is sort of the dominant faction to be talking about right now? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I think Shaper has turned out it. It was very funny going in from the last ban list. Me and a few other people were like, "Man, we're just in for another 6 months of Hoshiko," and woe is us. Like we're all tired of this. And it turns out taking out Bologna and then giving players a little bit of time to cook was enough for people to realize that there's just a lot of busted Shaper tools in the game right now. I think actually the Bologna ban is a huge. Well, okay, Bologna ban is one part of the story. The other part of the story is Rebellion Without Rehearsal had a lot of very strong cards for Shaper, and so the faction is eating quite well. And I think it's won it at either Shaper or I feel like ESSA have won most of the major events. But Sokka's Reglat has been cleaning up both here and across the pond and stuff, and it's just I don't know. It's sort of in this place where, yeah, Shaper is probably the best faction, but I don't feel like the other factions are particularly far behind. It's just the slightly preferred one in most cases.
Yeah, you mentioned, so we were chatting a little bit before we hopped into the stream. You mentioned that there was some criminal that you were seeing in this tournament, just through the initial deck list submissions. And I don't know if we're about to see it on the table, but just while we wait for players to get set up, I'd be curious to hear what your sort of thoughts are on like the really good criminals out there right now. Is it still the stuff that we were seeing from last Worlds of with I mean not that this is Worlds, but from Worlds last year of like twinning Sable? I heard there's some Steve deck going around that seems pretty spicy. What's criminal running it these days?
So that's a great question. I think there's a bit of a split. Um, so of the criminals, so there's these. Those twinning lists are still quite good. We have a couple Sables and we have a couple Zayas, and I would guess that most of those are kind of on those reg twinning plans. But we've also seen some Sables on like knife delivery systems,
Hmm.
and those decks can be uh, like surprisingly resilient and quite solid. Um, and then finally, we do have the sort of Anarch at Home Steve decks, which are often called Banhar Steve decks. That's part of what powers them. Um, and those deck like all of those decks combine different elements of the criminal color pie and leverage the advantage that you can get from playing stuff like diversion of funds, or in Zayat's case, just making money off of singles. And criminals like very strong early aggressive tools because this is a fast meta. Criminal is still a little bit behind on the multi-access, and their breakers are pretty bad when the game goes late. Um, but that is not usually a huge concern in the current formulation of the meta. And tricks like Inside Job Boomerang and then installing a class act to beat these like Asmari kill decks, like give it, I think, potentially a really reasonable matchup. And then there's also like, hey, if everyone's going orthogonal, is not trying to score agendas, Crim can sometimes like it can end up being this weird like rock paper scissors things where Crim somehow finds a way. Um, so yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned knife delivery systems. What exactly is knife doing in the format right now? Like, is there a particular thing it's great against? What problems is it solving for Crim, or at least what is Crim getting out of being able to just bypass the usual agenda mechanism for any game?
Yeah, so a lot of Corp game plans right now are not trying to score the 7 points. The Obelisk that CTZ was playing is one of the like three decks in the format that are trying to score. Maybe that's actually a slight undercount. But we in terms of scoring decks, you tend to have Precision Design, Ag Infusion, Asa are trying to like do what I would call like classic Netrunner of trying to score behind ice, maybe using upgrades, using tricks on their ID, maybe going to try and score, but like the expectation is every gen is going to get scored behind a piece of ice. Um, but there's a lot of kill decks in the format, and restoring humanity. Punitive Jinteki decks are one version of that, and they do also kind of score behind ice. But the idea there typically is that um, as the runner, if you steal any of their agendas, you're going to die because you'll get damage from, say, a project. No, Fuji Recl. What is that called? Oh my goodness, I forget the name of that card. And the
I
playtest name is stuck in my head because I'm talking to you. Talking to you,
I
Fuji
know
Asset
it's
Retrieval.
yeah,
Um,
exactly. We start chatting and it's just playtest names back and forth. Yeah, Fuji asset retrieval.
yeah. Yeah, Fuji Asset Retrieval will do 2 damage, or even worse, they'll hit the Bacterial and let the Corp draw 7 cards, play your Digital Life, and then play Punitive Counter Strikes, and just kind of murk the runner that way. And so what Knife allows them to do is try and win the game quickly without having to touch agendas. And against the Asmari kind of kill decks, maybe if the criminal stops them scoring their combo, they still have to find the 5/3s in a 40 or 44 card deck, and that can just you can get ground out. And so if you can instead just knife them, shiv them to death, it's more consistent, and you basically get to play 6 copies of Knife because you get to include Limes' champ card of Wizard's Chest. And people have found that you can use the Crim Breakers, the Crim Bypass tools, and you can, it's reasonable for you to dump a lot of your influence into Wizard's Chest and still make it work, uh, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Um, I am definitely pleased to hear that Criminal has something unique that they're doing in this format, because I know that we've talked a lot about Anarch being good for however many years at this point in one form or another. And now we have Shaper on the rise, but Criminal still has their sort of angle, which apparently is, bringing a knife to an ice fight. Um,
Yeah.
so that's very nice to hear from the runner side. Um, and from the corp side, then you've talked a fair bit about sort of these scoring decks on from HB, and you also mentioned before we were hopping into the stream that there was some outfit here. And outfit, I feel like, has has shown up very early in a bunch of formats. As soon as Liberation comes out, a bunch of outfit decks, people realize it loses pretty badly to Hermes. Um, and there's two outfit decks showing up here. Um, and this is going to be one of outfits like last season's before it rotates and then a bunch of bad pup stuff changes. Um, what are you looking for from outfit?
That's a great question. I'm not 100% sure because we have not seen Outfit do a lot this meta. I think in general, Outfit has historically had a pretty bad Shaper matchup because when you're giving a faction that has a lot of paid ability window install abilities, they're able to leverage that bad publicity in a way that the other two factions simply cannot. And the Shaper Breakers have in general not lined up too badly. Conversely, though, like there's clearly a reason people brought Outfit. I think to some extent, I actually, as much as I think Tuno's deck uh, is quite good, I'm actually not sure it's that well suited to the meta that runners have started pivoting towards, where there's more kit and there's more lat and there's more of this sort of like World Tree Arasana. Um, along with these ESA decks, like there's just some things that make them a bit unfriendly. And I could see some people trying to go for outfit, which can have. I think there's a couple of things that outfit has. I'm not sure. It'll depend a little bit on who these outfit players are and what they felt like bringing. Because I think you have a couple different options. One that I'd actually be really interested in seeing is can you do like a wake up call and Trojan horse, like these hardcore
Mm.
rig and destruction style decks. And I could see a world where that has more of a home and outfit so that you can actually like pay into a Trojan horse enough credits to trash a Lobosome or trash an Orca. And that would be a compelling reason for me to try doing that in outfit rather than doing it out of op. Um,
Yeah, that makes a lot
the
of
other
sense. And you mentioned Kit there, which is a name that we have not brought up previously on the stream. But Kit really is relying on those big, expensive breakers, and if you're able to shoot one of those, it's a huge deal.
Yeah, I think it is one of those. It's a vulnerability that those decks keep trying to build around, because like there is a lot of SDS in the format, and they have some like they'll usually play like one or two compiles or a test run. A couple more adventurous people will include a retrieval run, but they usually only have one or two recursion and then the single copy of their breaker. And so it's not it's some people will play two, but it is a tempo hit to get them down and get them down. And so I could see that being an angle attack. I think another option could be, you know, you as Wayland, you have a pretty decent card pool for fast advance, and you could probably like I don't think you'd love to splash red level clearance and Mavirus, but you might be able to afford to make that splash and then just fast advance and use the fact that regulatory capture can be a 2/2 to just put a lot of pressure on the runner to actually keep a clot threat up on you consistently. And if they are threatening clot, they then also have to beat your Trebuchet and your Piranhas and your Valentau. Like you can start stacking stuff, and in a world where people are playing a lot of Cleaver and I'm sorry, Cleaver, Buzzsaw, and Turbine, the 6 strength on both Valentau and Piranhas can be very frustrating for a lot of breaker suites. And that could be, part of the angle of attack for these these outfit lists.
Yeah, for sure. That six strength definitely feels like a key break point. And obviously, you have bad pub helping him out. But with how efficient Buzzsaw is at 5 strength and how much it costs for that boost, you're still probably taxing them more with a couple bad pub and a 6 strength code gate than you are with basically any 5 strength code gates. Um, now, I know, humor me on this one. I know you're a big Ob fan. What would be your meta call for a corp deck to bring if someone said, "Hey Jeff, you can't play Ob"?
So I actually, at the most recent event I went to, which was North American Nationals on the East Coast, I did not bring Ob because I actually don't feel like it's that well positioned into the meta, or people have learned the lines against it really well and are starting to like play aggressively against those in like I think pretty good ways. So I actually brought basically almost card for card Jai's continental winning Asa list. Because if I'm not going to play Ob, I'm going to play Asa, and if
Fair enough.
when Asa rotates, I'm just going to make a change to the organized play rules that allows me and only me to play Asa, and I'll just play that forever. Um, I think the Asa deck is actually pretty solid, and has a surprising depth of lines. It definitely can lose and get bricked, but so can any corp. I think the Asa presents some really good challenges, and I think probably I'm hoping we'll see some Asas as we keep going. I might for now. Maybe we'll throw to a little bit of a break, and we can get back onto this meta discussion sort of in the next round. Um,
Sounds good to me.
all right. Well, thanks everyone for tuning in. This has been me, Jeff, Fuzendran, and Peter on the line. And we'll be back with you probably, I would say, in about 15 to 20 minutes with round two of Cascadia, which looks to be one of the largest events of in-person Netrunner play in the North American continent. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you all in a bit.
Stay tuned. We'll see you later.
All right. Hello, everyone. We have two titans of the Netrunner era facing off in round two. We have Charlie playing, or Santa, excuse me, playing his Thule deck that he demonstrated to much early success at NANPC Boston, almost taking the whole event. And then we've got Nottigan, who is a metamate who flew all the way out to Cascadia, has been grinding super hard, and judging by his sleeves, I'm going to guess that he is playing Knife Sable. This is a deck he's worked really hard on and published I think some really good work on. And I forgot to mention this when we were discussing Knife earlier, but this Thule list is a great reason to play Knife Sable because you don't want to touch the agendas at all, and Sable is playing Chichinho is a fantastic way to avoid touching and to win without needing to touch a single agenda against this Thule list. But before we get back, Peter, do you want to introduce yourself again for viewers who might be just tuning in?
Yeah, sure. Hello again, everyone. My name is Peter H. I'm a staff member with NSG involved with playtesting. I was a member of Unbanned for quite a while and helped do some prototyping on the Built to Last Glacier deck that did so well at Worlds last year. So that's kind of my most recent claim to fame. And to talk back about this game, then, we were saying before the break that it's nice to have a knife deck that lets you bypass the normal sort of scoring process. But as you say, it's very specifically not having to touch agendas. It's not just about not having to go and find them, it's you don't want to touch them. And probably Tule is like the biggest example of that. Obviously, getting hit by punitive is bad, but this is an ID that very explicitly makes every agenda a pain to steal. You either need to spend a click and 2 credits, or you're taking a core damage, both of which are quite nasty. And you can't opt not to steal it. This is not an additional cost, so you have to take one of these things if you so much as look at it.
Yeah, and this Thule list is I don't know. We'll have to see what new tech Santa has cooked up for it. This list for a long time has been running only two ice, a singular gatekeeper, and a singular Jagarundi. And then it just puts a lot of assets out horizontally. And then also will hide out false leads on the table, and that ends up causing a ton of issues for the runner. We see an MCA installed, clicked, and maybe a click to draw for one of these clicks.
That
And we
must
have
have been a
Sable
click to draw
resolving.
because that looks like a mandatory discard. Um, okay, that was Sable just poking R&D, taking the free single.
Yeah, it's interesting. MCA is probably quite good in this matchup because you want to try and deny the runner having the ability to run all three centrals. And we see believe that's a superconducting hub being resolved, and I cannot tell what
Hyperloops, I
that
think.
runner card is, which is a real
Oh,
bummer.
I can't
If the
see that
stream,
card yet.
that is just pure glare. So apologies to everyone. Maybe we can have the stream go and tell us.
Yeah, but stealing a Hyperloop out of archives there, Corp is probably feeling pretty happy about that one. They get 3 credits for it, and it's a big tempo loss for the runner. You don't really get a lot for having a point in your score area, especially when it's costing you what looked like a click and two here. Um, and so that looked like mandatory draw, 2 installs into click MCA again.
Yep, and it's we got word both in chat and from the on the ground team that is a security testing installed, which is honestly can be very nice tech here when you don't want to steal agendas, and that is a distributed tracing, I believe. So probably drawn. It's actually I'm somewhat surprised that Santa did not play it. Maybe he doesn't have some of the other combo pieces in hand to go with it. Um,
Yeah, I could definitely see not wanting to immediately throw out the distributed tracing. If you have an MCA ticking along and you don't have any other assets on the board, uh, you're threatening a little bit there, but without any necessary follow up, it could not be worth it. But yeah, definitely the tag plan for Tule, which goes along very well with the ID. Both of them are costing a click and 2 credits, whether that's clearing the tag or spending to avoid core damage. And you mentioned Jaguar Rundy as a piece of ice. It all sort of bundles together in a good kill package.
yep.
So
It looks like
what did we see on
we
the
see a
board?
no free lunch installed next to that security testing, which is a very nice piece of tech. Doesn't make you actually safe to all of the kill lines, but it does make you much more resilient.
Yeah, it's probably a little painful for the corp to see a no free lunch come down as soon as distributed tracing gets access. But hey, it feels good to have a Rashida on the board, immediately getting 3 cards, 3 credits, and probably can just fill up the table here with a bunch more assets or agendas. But the runner or the corp, excuse me, seems to be pausing a little bit to ponder over this one. They do have a lot of lines available with that many cards in hand.
Yeah, this is like it's one of those things where Santa is very, very good at this deck, but I've seen people discussion online say like, "Oh, this deck isn't very good." Good Hoshiko players can just kind of like run it down. And A, we're not playing against Hoshiko here as Santa. And then I think B, like the deck, you have to know how to push and how to build threats with this Thule deck. And I think it can be quite challenging to do as the Thule deck because the runner's possibility space is large, but if you can make them mess up, you end up in a nice spot. But this wage workers res definitely suggests that we're going to see something like install 3 cards and then click the MCA. So that's almost certainly what's happening here. Keeping cards face down is a great part of the threat of this deck, and so I can see why there was a long think about both the wage workers and probably what cards need to go on the table here.
Yeah, and you see a funny little detail about in-person play here. The corp chooses to put the 3 cards that they're going to install down, and then shuffle them up on the table before putting them into their own remote servers. That's not something you can really do when you're playing online on JNet. You just kind of need to click the cards into the server in a particular order. But this disguises various things about the intention of which card should be going down first, which is most important. You obscure a lot of things that astute people might be able to read about your behavior based on that kind of action there. But stealing a luminal transubstantiation off the board, that's huge. That card is extremely powerful to score with wage workers. You basically get a something like an 8, 9 click turn sometimes, depending on exactly what you play. So the runner's paying for it, but if they can just slowly work their way up to 7 points without triggering any major traps, that'll be good for them. They don't necessarily need a lot of breakers in this matchup or anything else. They just need careful runs.
Yeah, and that might actually be Naligan's plan. Like, I would just maybe Naligan also is just not playing knife and is playing these Chichinia or these knife sleeves just to get in people's heads.
I
Though the
was gonna say,
security testing definitely suggests that that Naligan is looking to get accesses without having to take the risk of accessing cards. It's probably good. It's honestly probably pretty good tech just for like the punitive. Bacterial programming decks. Um, But I think there's a line here for now again where based on his draw, he might say, "Oh, it's more with the no free lunch. It becomes very difficult to kill me, and so it's better for me to just kind of sit here and play the game out as if I don't have the knives in my deck, and maybe we'll pivot as the tempo swings in other ways."
Yeah, it's interesting because I think a lot of people, you're talking about him sort of settling back, associate larger control styles on the runner side with like big rig shaper. You want to get to a late game, you want to get three breakers out, you want to get a bunch of money, and then you want to control the board that way. But this is a very board minimal kind of matchup for the runner. They don't need a lot of breakers. They need just enough money to sort of stay alive. They're not interfacing with some of the normal corp runner mechanics around ice, and so maybe this is what the final, the end game board state for the control runner looks like. It's one no free lunch and one security testing, and that's all you need to stay safe.
Yeah, okay, so it looks like the MCA is being popped here. I'll be interested to see what Santa does with his extra clicks here. Um, oh, are we unpopping the MCA? I would honestly believe that too. It is very difficult as the runner to trash cards here. A, because we're not on a lot of credits as the runner here. It looks like only 5. And then B, you're opening yourself up to Oppo research. And at this point, threat 3 is active, and so you can get tagged. It would be all of Santa's money to be fair, but you could get tagged for 4 tags here, and that can lead to a very, very short remaining game for you as the runner. So it's a thing that Santa may want to just sit on this MCA for a while.
Yeah, one thing that, as you say, it's a very complicated decision here. The corp looks to be on about 8 credits, and MCA, you do have to spend quite a bit to score out that agenda. You're not, saving advancement counters like with a seamless launch. You're clicking and paying a credit for each advancement. So if you're scoring a 4-2 with it, or a 3-2 and then a click, he's losing probably half of his money to do that. So this isn't just a free score from hand. There's also a financial investment there, and he probably then wants to save money so he can, pay for distributed tracing, maybe pay for a big stress test, as you say, and also then have the money to back that up with either, I'm not sure if the list is on Hypoxia or End of the Line. Well, there's distributed tracing coming out.
All right, so the deck is usually on both Hypoxia and End of the Line. Its usual win condition is to get the runner tagged, hypoxiaed, so they're down to 3 cards in hand, and then End of the Line. It has some other tricks. It will sometimes Hypoxia End of the Line in the same turn, um, if it can stick tags across turns, and sometimes that's where MCA can be really useful, or even like Illuminal. But it looks like we're seeing a distributed tracing for clicks 1 and 2, and then not again immediately result using the no free lunch to clear that tag. And so now Santa is on to think about what to do with his remaining click.
Yeah,
Um,
it's a really sort of interesting strategic decision there to commit to the distributed tracing. And you see a pause from the runner considering whether or not to pop the no free lunch. Because I think the worry here is not going to be end of the line, at least not immediately. If there is going to be a straight up kill from the board, it would probably involve popping the MCA for an extra click because the runner has 4 cards in hand. But I think they do need to be worried about hypoxia coming out or any other follow up like that. And that's probably enough for them to say, yeah, I'm willing to spend the no free lunch here. And we see another click on MCA going up to 4 counters. So sort
yep.
of over clicking the MCA, but denying a click from the runner is just good enough.
Yep, and that's actually somewhat common play pattern for these uh, Thule lists is just to leave the MCA until they have like everything possible set up. Looks like we saw a single R&D. I'm going to assume that was the Sable. I tapped out for just a second and may have missed the roll, but the die placement does seem to suggest it was a free run. We're going to
Yeah.
immediately labor rights. I'm assuming we're getting the no free lunch back as maybe the only shuffle. I think the sure gamble makes sense too. The bravado is useless. The inside job is actually probably more valuable than the bravado in this board state because there's probably only 2 ice in this entire list.
Yeah,
But
you'll
yeah,
just
that
break
is
them maybe once a piece.
this is a labor rights in crim. So this is new tech for not again. At least I believe. Well, I might go and check the tapes as we look to be finishing out the runner's turn.
Yep, draws up, and I think still pondering over the hand here, or did they? Oh, there's another click to draw.
Yep, and then discarding 2 bravados because those are not going to do much of anything here. Um,
Yep, because bravado, unfortunately, dirty laundry you can run onto any server. Bravado specifically requires an ice server. Interesting little note here about the use of security testing. You mentioned that it's good tech, and usually people think of the non-bow, sort of the non-combination between security testing and info bounty, which is Sable's mark card, which cares about breaching the server. But in this case, it's actually, and you would think, well, info bounty is a little bit more expensive. You can't declare it on any server, but it lets you access, and that's supposed to be a good thing. Well, in this case, security testing being able to stop the accesses is actually pretty nice. So I think it's fun to look for those little points where you get an unintuitive trade-off between 2 cards that people usually talk about in different ways. We see a single coming off on R&D here, and then
yep, I
looks like a
think.
seg testing run.
Yep, and then okay, so yeah, we're going. We actually just quickly sprinted through a Jachinho turn there. So it's like running all essentials. I guess sec testing was probably on HQ, which I think makes some sense. You don't expect there to be much of value there, and potentially quite some potentially some traps. Um, and yeah, Jachinho has hit the score area. So you know, not again is like winning on board to some extent with both 3 points and 1/3 of a victory condition. But Santa's board is starting to build up here. We've got 2 face downs. We've got Maryland, a Wage Workers, and an MCA all sitting there while Santa contemplates his actions.
Yeah, and that wage workers can start to get pretty explosive. Getting to do 3 installs plus something else if you have the draw to support it, or even 4 installs if you have the draw to support it, can be really powerful. And we see, I think that's a defensive upgrade going down on HQ, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a Managarm just to make it a little bit more difficult for the runner to actually land more knives on the deck here. Which seems like a pretty plausible plan, especially if a security testing ends up there. It looks like we're just gonna make some. I think yeah, make a clickless run on the mark for 2 credits, draw 2 cards, probably draw a third card, and then discard a bunch. It looks like maybe another knife snuck into the hand at the bottom right over there. We see a window of opportunity, and the Estabraro both hit the bin. Again, both ice-based cards, not going to be too relevant in this matchup, but some RWR or Automata Initiative kind of sleeper trim cards that people were saying, you know, uh, they did not get any cards, and not again is here saying no. I think they did. They got some good ones. So
Yeah, it's exciting to see all the different run events that are being packed into this criminal deck. And both players at this point settling down, sort of getting their credit totals up a little bit. We have the corp on it looks like 9, and the runner on 8, I believe. So both upper single digits. Nobody exactly rolling in wealth at this point. Um, that Managarm is also pretty important because it probably locks the Sable out from easily being able to Jetinho on or a Jachinho on the install turn, which is one thing that Sable can sort of let you do. Is under this MCA austerity kind of lockdown, you have 3 clicks. Another runner would not be able to install Jachinho and then do the 3 runs at the same time. Sable would be able to do that, which means that the Corp does need to fear the sort of knife into knife on 2 back-to-back turns, and the Managarm is going to stall one of those out by requiring either another 2 clicks or some extra money. And that's pretty valuable here.
yep. I want to give quick shout outs as we see Santa install 2 cards and then click MCA, which is I think that implies there's not another installable in hand. Or oh no, actually I guess there was the install on archives or HQ. I mean, Ron Doge is calling that out as potentially a Hendrick on HQ, which I think makes a lot of sense. Oh, and we see an ontological dependency being added to the score area, and we see not again choosing to take a core damage here, I believe, by manipulating the die on his face, which is a very interesting line here. Um, this is, and so that. Oh, I guess. Wait. Oh no, I don't think. Sorry, it was paying the 2. The die on the. Wait, now I maybe missed where the core damage got delivered. Yeah, not again paid for it. The die might have just been him recalling his mark. Um, I missed that.
Yeah.
So ontological dependency is actually a change to the version of this deck that Santa was running early in the year. Early in the year, the deck was playing Ikawa projects, I believe false leads, superconducting hubs, and I think it was playing some spicy orbital superiorities. Um, because uh, that ended up being a nice way to land some additional kill threats. But this might be maybe have a more real scoring out threat, which I think was an issue for Santa in some matchups. Um,
Yeah, we were talking a little bit previously, and I'm forgetting if it was during the break, before or after, about how many corps want to be scoring in this format. And I think you were saying it's somewhat rare, but it's still useful as a way to sort of push the runner to do something. In theory, if corps are packing a whole bunch of ways to kill the runner, and the runner just refuses to interact in a way that activates them, it can actually be pretty tricky for the corp to like reach out and really touch the runner. And sometimes they are going to need agendas as a way to like keep the pace of the game going in a way that puts pressure back on the runner to interact. So maybe that's one of the reasons for going back to more of a scoring plan here, is as a way to like apply some more pressure as kind of before.
yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there was also a good number. It also could be a concession to time to some extent, where it was pretty easy for this deck to go pretty late in the event, and if it was behind on points, it would not have, and it couldn't land a kill in a couple of turns. It was pretty tough for them to kind of keep going, or like for the corp, even from a like winning board state, to realize a win condition on the board. We see an orbital superiority in hand, so that is still in the list. So I'm presuming it's the Ikawas that were cut for the ontological dependencies. Um, but yeah, I think this is a it's an odd that this is like this board state looks really, you actually have more cards down on the corpse side, but the runner definitely feels like they've got a bit of an edge to me.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I think one thing that probably feels pretty painful for the corp at this point is the runner being on 5 points. You usually count on Tule being able to sort of apply a defensive layer through the threat of having to interact with its agendas. But if it's the last 2 points that you're stealing as the runner, you don't really care if you're taking core damage or spending a click and two most of the time. And now, that orbital superiority, another ontological, those are all now game ending if the runner sees them without any penalty that they have to suffer. And that, having played some Tule myself in the past, is definitely a rough position to be at. It starts to get pretty scary when you realize, oh, my agendas are not as defensive as they felt at the start of this game. And it opens up the runner a little bit to sort of make some more perspective runs, to poke around, see if they can get something from a central somewhere. I don't necessarily know if that's how this game is going to develop. We already have one knife scored. There might be two more coming up. That's still a completely legitimate line for the runner to be taking here. But it does start to constrict what the corp can do when the runner gets this high on points. They can't generate as many forks off the table. And we do see four face down cards for them. So, one of those could be an agenda.
Yeah, it definitely could be. It's often that false leads will end up on the table and not played for a while. We see a distributed tracing land, but not again did find a no free lunch. He was on two in the old published version of the deck list. May have labor rights back into the second one here. Uh, Presents a lot of threat for the corp here, where it's just very difficult to get through that much tech. Um, so yeah, we'll kind of see. Um,
And
Trying to
the
figure out.
matchup for distributed tracing into no free lunch is pretty rough for the person playing distributed tracing. A card that is very precise when it has to get played and has so much power focused on landing a single tag. But I cut you off. What were you saying there, Jeff?
No, I think you hit the point exactly. An MCA now gets popped, so I believe the corp goes +4 clicks here. That was on his last click. He gets Charlie gets or Santa gets 4 clicks to play out here. Has to try and find a line now that the no free lunch is gone to make some tags matter. Now again has 4 cards in hand. If Santa can score a tag generating card, do a damage, then the end of the line in hand will kill. And that is probably on the edge of possibility with the wage workers also on the table. We're going to score, I believe that is a false lead for 3 clicks, gaining 1 back. So there should be 2 clicks remaining after this false lead goes into the score area. Um,
Yeah, and that's potentially a big score right here. Uh, the click threat is pretty substantial now. Um, I didn't see if the corp here clicked MCA before popping it. So is the runner going to be on 3 or 4 clicks next turn? Um, but if you have both an MCA and a false lead, the runner is playing with extremely limited resources.
Yeah. I did not see an MCA click used, but it looks like another MCA was rezzed and used. So that probably answers our question.
Yeah,
Runner probably only has 3 clicks this turn. Um, and so has to be very meticulous with what they do. We're taking a single on R&D. It looks like the mark is on HQ. We're going to run HQ, gain 2 credits. No red, so it probably is the Hendrick. Run archives, or maybe asking for action on the false lead after the run on HQ, because false false lead can interrupt a knife here. But I think there's some thinking. It does not look like that was forfeited. Now we're seeing a knife installed and moved into the score area for 1 credit. Um,
yeah. It looked like there was some clarification about archives versus HQ runs there, but no choice to res the upgrade, which means really could be that Hendrick.
yeah, it probably could only really be that Hendrick. We're seeing a Maryland. Santa's deciding, I think, whether or not to shuffle it back, which I think is a fair consideration, but I think taking the obvious of any agenda. Well, no. Some of the agendas in my deck instantly lose me the game. Let's lower that density. Um,
Yeah. And this then makes those R&D pokes a lot scarier. If Sable rolls R&D, there's a world in which the runner here doesn't put security testing on it for the free clickless 2 credits, and instead just takes the clickless single because of the propensity for certain agendas to just be game ending now. But also on 2 9s. So that's it. We could also just see it end next turn if they run in and stab the corp.
Yeah, it's Not Again has opportunities to draw both Wizard's Chess or the third knife here, and either of those draws will just win him the game because if a Wizard Chess goes into a Wizard's Chess, you can just pop that same Wizard's Chess again. And the way he usually constructs his deck is there's only a single non-knife hardware, so he's basically guaranteed to never he can more or less deterministically never miss on a knife. Um, so
Yeah,
yeah, we're
it's
we're gonna see. Yeah, this is a hard spot for Santa to be in.
definitely. And it's been the product of very careful and controlled runner play. It's, I think, easy for a lot of runners who are less familiar, less settled in these kind of matchups to see all these face downs come out, to see Tule, and feel like they need to start interacting. They need to start checking face downs. They need to start touching things. Um, and I think the only major face down the runner has touched here was that one luminal just pulled out of the middle of those 3 cards installed in, I think, turn 3 or 4, which is a great hit, and it just was just enough to keep the corp honest. And then other than that, it's been these precise central runs. Still not a single piece of ice has touched the board.
Yeah, well, the deck only runs 2, so I'm not that shocked. I'm assuming we're clicking for 3 credits and then using MCA. Or maybe we missed the wage workers trigger there, which, it happens. There's a lot going on. Or I miscounted credits, which is also, honestly, probably a little bit more likely. Looks like we rolled Mark on R&D, and we're going to probably take a single on R&D here. Um,
Yeah, another factor in playing that distributed tracing a while ago was that because these agendas are game ending, that card might just be dead from there on out in the game. I'm not sure on the
yeah,
exact agenda balance here, but maybe another
there's
hyper would
enough
still make it alive.
Yeah, there's enough 1 pointers where I think it's plausible that this could actually go a further agenda steal here. But I think we're gonna okay. We are popping the false lead on this R&D access. Um, and MCA took out a click, so that was the only click. It looks like it was not a click one on the mark. 3 cards in hand. This does give the Corp, if they can find a way to land a tag, they can end the game. And it looks like that is exactly what happened.
There you
Wow.
go.
So, yeah, I think Not Again kind of slipped for one turn there. And that was enough for the Corp to just take it off the board. And well done by Santa.
Yeah, very good to stay in it. And you mentioned having those face down agendas that some of them might have been false leads. Well, also the orbital superiority, which was just sitting there for a little while. Um, Extremely sharp, to use a chess term, extremely sharp board state. Um, it's uh, it's very easy for the runner to just make one small mistake, end up too low on cards, and then there you go. It's the end of the line. But a good game to both
Yeah. Wow.
players. Very, very
Yeah.
interesting, very strategic game from both of them.
Yeah. It looks like we're going to do some fiddling with the camera. I think we might cut to a break here while I go and get some water, and we'll be back in with round 3 in probably about 15 minutes or so. So thanks again to Peter, and thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll see y'all in probably 15 to 20 minutes.
See y'all soon.
Hello. Stream is loading up. We got players sitting down. All right. So once again, my name is Jeff, also known as Zendrin, and I'm joined by Peter. Say hello, Peter.
Hello, happy to be back. Looking forward to more Netrunner.
All right. So we got Jason on sports and Ian on ESSA. I'm going to assume this is Sid and a dumb brick, or sorry, not a dumb brick, just a brick. Excuse me. Um, so we're seeing ESSA once again. We should maybe after round 3 we'll take a look at the standings, and or at the end of before round 4 we'll try and get in a little early and take a look at the standings. We'll be coming back from a lunch break. Um, but we got sports and ESSA, and I think honestly, I think if you're playing against an ESSA, sports metal does seem like a decent place to be because if your cards in hand and losing agendas to archives is inherently not as bad for your tempo as it might be if you're playing some other corp. So
Yeah, for sure. The prospect of the runner stealing 3 1-pointers out of archives as sports medal sounds honestly pretty juicy to me. That's a deal I'll take. Those cards are going right from the top of the deck into archives if I'm playing sports medal here. But we were talking about sports medal, and you were saying, well, you were curious what it was going to look like. We haven't seen that much sports medal, so I am really fascinated what it's going to be. What do you think sort of the archetypes for sports medal have been in the past? What are the ways that this deck could be pivoting?
yeah, so typically the way that these lists work is they're pretty hard on fast advance, but they play just enough ice to make it challenging for the runner, where they have to both get their breakers and deal with a deck that's usually running 2 copies of Audacity and 3 copies of Red Level Clearance that they'll just turn into basically taking cards out of their deck because they'll clicklessly draw 2 off of the red levels, and so it ends up being this really interesting thing. It was Eric. Keelback, also known as Whiteblade, who's organizing Cascadia and helping run this stream. Which apologies for the wobble, everyone. We are both off site, so cannot stand there and just hold the tripod. But I'm assuming that will get looked at during the lunch break, which is coming up after this round. Um, so yeah, I think probably it ends up looking kind of like a mid-range corp, but a mid-range corp that looks to combo somewhere between 2 and 4 points out of its hand rather than behind ice, but it can still score out behind that ice, and it's not super unheard of for these sports metal decks. It's actually probably I think the norm for them to be running some number of Ikawas that they'll sometimes score out behind ice. So it ends up being a pretty versatile deck. It just ends up not having it can kind of snow if it doesn't snowball or it doesn't draw the right way, it can be a real challenge.
That's definitely one of the things that I find most appealing and interesting about sports metal is how much it varies scoring behind ice with fast advance. Um, Sometimes, sort of my conventional assumptions about how fast advance works is usually you score, 1 or 2 agendas off the table. I'm still thinking about AstroScript pilot program from back in the day. You score one of those off the table, and then you follow up with the rest of your agendas from hand. Sports metal sometimes will do the opposite. You'll open with some very fast, aggressive, audacity and luminal play, and then slow down and score the Ikawa from behind ice for your last 3 points. So it's a very fascinating deck, sort of set of decks, in my opinion, for how much it varies when it's scoring from hand versus off the table. And we see a
Yeah.
start here that is 3 cards on the table. So who knows?
Yeah, three cards on the table, a pretty common sports start. It looks like the turn for runner looks like install a Dr. Nuka and then install a Ghost Tongue. Dr. Nuka has gotten a ton of play out of ESA, and then I think it started to see a lot of play in many different corpse these days or runners these days. But it works especially nicely in ESA because you can have your card draw avoid the damage here. And then sabotage. It looked like two off of R&D, which is pretty common.
Yeah. Nuka also very nice for ESA because it compresses a lot more cards drawn into one card. So you need to be doing a lot of card drawing, usually a fair amount of efficient card draw if you're an Anarch. And being able to do that in a single card means you're spending less of your deck drawing through your deck. And also, as you say, you can leave it on the table and you're not worried about, like, if it was a diesel, it getting hit out of hand the next time you take core damage. So that's
Yeah,
definitely a
that's and like it's funny. This is the runner's taking I think a long think here on click three, but I actually think there's this is like a set of interesting questions for the runner here, right? They're on 2 credits. They have to decide if they're gonna try and like
Whoa.
contest this board, but instead we see a turn one finality out of Essa, just sending it right into sports metal. How do you feel
Oh my
about this
goodness.
play?
This is an extremely aggressive line. I think usually, I mean, I was saying in the earlier games, I usually consider the runner as sort of the control player, and this is a runner saying, "I'm going to take it to you." Well, they ripped the Luminal out of the deck, so that's pretty good.
Well, yeah.
Um,
So basically, definitionally, by hindsight analysis, this play works out. But as you were saying,
yeah, so this is a really aggressive play for a couple reasons. One, throwing your multi-access at sports metal early on runs the risk of seeing cheap agendas that then accelerate them further into the game before you're actually closing it out. And also, you're giving up a potential core damage trigger here, which if you're thinking sort of, the economic, penny pinching ESA, which conceptually doesn't always go together, but that's what we're working with here. You want to get one core damage trigger each turn because your ID is a first time per turn trigger. This is stacking up the Ghost Tongue into the finality right there. Um, and so you're not getting the trigger for the second one. So you are losing a card on that core damage as opposed to drawing it back up. But it does put a lot of pressure on the corp and says, I'm going to rip the next agendas out of the deck. And the big thing here also is Sports Metal is good at drawing through lock because of how its ID works. You get to draw cards when agendas get stolen. But this also does threaten to strip out some of its next scoring plans. But here we go. That's a Rashida off the table. And so whatever I was just saying about lock is out the window.
yeah, I think it is very difficult to lock out a sportsman this early in the game. There's just going to be too many agendas flowing back and forth. That said, trading out finality for Luminal probably is a good advantage for the corp. I was going to say earlier when we were talking about sometimes the turn one aggressive scores of Luminals, though like I'm not usually one on the ban Luminal train, but when I see someone like score a Luminal with a Wage Workers and an Audacity, and then basically get to take 2 full turns, though that's usually the situation where I'm kind of like, maybe this card could be toned down a little bit. But it looks like Corp is actually taking it kind of easy, just playing a hedge fund and icing up centrals, which suggests that the runners play. To me, suggests that the runner can try and get some advantage here, but they are a little bit behind on the tempo overall. We see a steel skin played, click one, costs 0 credits now, so it's just a diesel with upside, uh, which is nice to have as a 1-2 combo.
Yeah, really funny to see the Corp there respond to this runner aggression by taking the 2014 turn one on their turn two of Ice HQ, Ice R&D, play hedge fund. And this is sort of what we were saying at the start of this about the enormous variability in the tempo of sports metal. You see sports going for this very fast, 3 assets on the board, popping the Rashida, and when the runner responds with that kind of match of pace and aggression, the sports metal player then responds by, I'm going to ice up. I see that you're going to be aggressive. I'm going to slow down. Oh, and there's an Ikawa in archives.
And the runner is on 0 credits, and this is their click 2. So I believe they can go back on this last click, and I think the Corp is going to. I'm guessing the Corp has a Spin Doctor as one of those face downs, and so I would not be shocked on the run back if they res the Spin Doctor, and that seems exactly like what's happening. Um,
Yeah, Spin Doctor definitely a huge card in this matchup. Um, Probably one of the most important Corp cards against Essa. That fortunately for Corps, they're basically all playing anyway. But it really helps you protect against this kind of soft multi-access out of R&D that you're otherwise suffering as a result of all the sabotage. It makes it a lot
yeah,
safer to just pitch stuff off the top. And if a Hyperloop goes out, great. If an Ichabod comes out, like we saw here, it's going back in the deck.
yeah, it is. It is so important that I start icing Spin Doctors in certain matchups, like building a second ice remote
Mhm.
in some cases. And we're checking another remote here, and it is a Mega Pre just on the table. So runner is at 3 points, but the Corp is now effectively playing with 2 extra points in their deck that they get to score, and the runner does not, which is one of the ways that the Sportsmantle deck starts to leverage an advantage over the runner. Is their 2 remaining Mega Pre's are now 3/2s for them and 3/1s for their opponent, which is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. As the sports medal player here, you want that first mega pre stolen, so you give the runner 1 point in exchange for 2 credits or 2 cards for yourself. And we see the corp up here on I think 12 credits now, which is a good portion to be at this point in the game. And then your next 2 mega pre's are just 3/2s for you. And sports loves scoring 3/2s from him. We see
Yeah.
one install, a bit of a think, and is that click for 2 credits?
I think
Very,
that no, I
very
think that was click one of greasing the
oh,
palm to gain two
Greasy. I didn't
credits
see
off
this.
the install. Yeah.
Yep, there you go. I was going to say that would be an astoundingly slow maneuver for the corp there, but we did see them slow down on the previous turn. Ooh, there we go, double ice, a second ice onto R and
Yeah.
D. Um, that first finality obviously got a lot of value. I'm curious if what exactly this signals here, because ice is both preventative and also it indicates something about where the corp thinks that they are going to be attacked next, not just where they've been
Yeah.
attacked in the past. This
I mean,
might
would
be
this,
them
yeah.
saying, "Go ahead, finish."
Oh no, go. Please finish your thought.
I was going to say this is saying probably that they're committed a little bit more to a fast advance plan here than that they want to score as much on people. And I think with with a mega pre now in the runner's score area, that fast advance starts to look more appealing. You want to lock down R&D more if you're planning to be scoring from hand, because those agendas are not going to be sitting around in HQ or in an iced remote. So this suggests to me that the corp is settling in and getting ready to do some more fast advance for a larger portion of their points this game.
Yeah, I mean this really suggests to me also that there are no agendas in hand, or at least none that the corp cares about particularly much. So potentially like a Hyperloop extension might be sitting in hand, but that would probably be my guess as to the only agenda sitting in hand. The second ice is probably actually meant as a Banhar preventative measure. So good on the corp for recognizing that that's the way they're going to lose here, and they want to get this down before things get rolling. Definitely a little bit of a slower draw for sports, and we see the running hot played. This card had fallen out of favor in ESA lists for a bit, but has come back as people just go, hey, it's basically a diesel that also accesses 2 cards, and that is pretty good in a lot of different board states. Um,
Yeah, and notably, I think this is the third game we're on so far for the day, and we have not seen a single icebreaker installed yet. But this is our second Banhar so far, which is doing a lot of work for these runners to cleave through these small servers. Corps are trying to go fast to get out from under sort of this looming threat of runner economic and icebreaking late game. It's hard to contest, but as a result, we see runners playing aggressively with cards that are just generally good like Banhart, but also help them crack into early 1, maybe 2 ice pressure. So that second ice on R&D, like you say, really is going to help deter Banhart and demand more in order to get to that server.
Yeah, it's also actually quite nice for the Anarch player. There's one Banhart in the bin, and they've drawn a second one, and it looks like maybe a quarter of the way through their deck. So having a pretty nice draw here, and I think applying pressure pretty nicely. I think the finality looked a bit um, unusual as a turn one play after having already taken some core damage, but it seems to be actually a pretty good play based on how the runner's hand and draw has kind of spiraled out from there. Looks like we're going to do a Katorga breakout on Archives, probably recurring a finality back to hand. It's just the most important card. We're seeing an Audacity in the bin off of a mill, and then also a superconducting hub. So Corp gets a second Rashida Fire, which is not too bad. I was assuming that's what. Oh, yeah. They're basically getting 2 cards and 3 credits, which is pretty good. Um,
Yeah, and that hyperloop is one you're willing to give up, I think. The runner getting to 4 points is a little spooky. Now, that Ikawa is game winning if the runner sees it. Um, but yeah, talking about that finality turn one, I think often when we talk about tempo and Netrunner, there's this idea that tempo is good and you always want more of it. And sometimes it can be helpful to talk about tempo as kind of this thing that ebbs and flows, that you take where you can get it, and sometimes you opt into overextension, knowing that you can back up in the future. Getting that early finality out and seeing an agenda off of it gives the runner breathing room to slow down later on and then mean that their pressure is more meaningful later on when they do apply it because they're already up some number of points from that early run. So it's seeing an opening, going overextending in tempo and speed in order to grab it, and then using that and sort of reeling back in that extension to put some more slack in their game and say, okay, now I can put down Banpar, I can Torga back the finality, and start to set up to dig again on another push. So the corp here is
yeah.
red level clearance. Looks like they're digging more through their
Yep.
deck.
Yeah, so this is pretty typical for these sports medal lists, and this is their they want to exchange their tempo, in this case in the form of money, into kind of forward progress, and are probably making that exchange to try and keep things going forward here. I would suspect that we might see a second ice on this remote if we're going to try and score off the board. And honestly, with an Audacity in the bin, I would suspect that the Corp knows they have to score probably around 4 points off the board this game. Sometimes this, you can set up to actually score your Ikawas. But it looks like, Corp's making a lot of decisions here, drew a lot of cards, and has to make some plans. But
Yeah. And it looks like he played Netrunner before, Jeff. There was almost a second ice coming out there on server one. And then the Corp just deciding between which things they're going to put down in remote servers. I would suspect one of those might be a Spin Doctor, or at the very least, that's what you'd hope you'd have available to you as the Corp right now.
yeah, it's an interesting thing where prioritizing installing that Spin Doctor to me feels like it's. I don't want to call it a mistake, but it feels bad. Oh, that is a spicy include.
Whoa! That's a
That is
very
not a
spicy
card that you'd
include.
usually expect to see in sports metal. So we're cooking with some tag gas here. Maybe that Grecian the Palm actually becoming part of the fast advance strategy here. Um, and hits the finality off of the
Oh
Banhard
my
trigger. That is a
goodness.
great turnaround for the Corp here. Well,
Yeah.
presumably, presuming the tag won't be forgotten here, but that is just going to be the game. So we don't
Oh,
get to see any more of this, but that is wait. Oh, very confused on what's happening here. Do we not have 2 credits as the Yeah, okay, no, they're just cleaning up. Okay. I was
yeah,
very
yeah.
confused.
Yeah, that ice that was Resident HQ was a virtual service agent. And that is quite good against Banhart. It's extremely powerful tech against that sort of non-breaker breaker. Um, because it cares about its subroutine being actually broken, not its subroutine resolving, which means you're giving the runner a tag. But in this case, the runner gets the access they need and they're good to go. So that early finality gets them those points, and then it makes these sort of later attacks more substantial.
Yeah, and it's
But
like if you're thinking about the sports middle as like a rush as like a deck that's going to set up a remote that might actually be kind of difficult for you to contest, playing that early finality, saying, "Oh, I'm going to spend 1 credit and lose a card from my hand and a hand." Like, as Essa, you probably don't care about the hand size. You probably built your deck so that you can comfortably play off of 2 or 3 cards in hand for quite a while and function. And honestly, with the Nuka on the table, you're probably in a good place to do that. And then just saying, I'm going to prevent you from drawing agendas you want to score is I think actually a pretty, you know, in the context of the game makes a decent amount of sense for their approach on this, even if it's not a play I think I would have thought of doing myself. I probably would have tried to wait for an extra turn to try and get maximum value out of my sabotage triggers. Exchanging some of that value for immediate tempo is probably worthwhile.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Netrunner that can really come down to players understanding how they want to pilot their deck and getting a sort of intuition about what they want to give up and where. Um, Lists get tuned down very precisely sometimes for tournaments. And conversely, sometimes they aren't tuned down, and players need to try things out in one of these rounds to see how they feel. I know coming from doing a lot of playtesting, sometimes you just need to take a line and see if it's going to be good. And in this case, it's hard to read a player's mind, but in the end, it was a very successful play in terms of getting the 2 points that the runner needed in order to set up for that Ikuwa steal then being game winning. Because if that Luminal had made it into the corpse hand and they had managed to score that out with, maybe an Audacity or something, it would have been a very, very different game.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, this is like it is kind of yeah, this that is a very eloquent way to say it. That just like making those sort of choices and making those hard calls, like especially in this style of matchup, that is, I think, really like if the sports metal gets rolling, they just kind of start trucking, and using the finale to disrupt that, I think, was a very nice call by a brick here. Um, but yeah, also we've gotten cursed with some very very fast matches on the stream. This is the second of our 3 rounds where we're done before 20 minutes have passed. So apologies to everyone, and we don't have the setup to move to a second table. Maybe one day we'll get the setup everywhere for that. But yeah, this is a single sided Swiss event, and as most of the events have been in North America this year, so we're going to be going on break pretty shortly. We'll probably hit 1 or 2 more podcast style topics, and then we'll go on lunch break. The stream team on the ground has said during the lunch break they're going to try and help stabilize the camera, um, and we will be back then, and see with I think probably 5 more rounds of Netrunner. So it should be a really fun evening, I say, for me on the East Coast. And
Yeah, a lot of
yeah.
Netrunner left to go. And I think you were saying, Jeff, that you wanted to come back a little bit earlier to talk over some of where the standings are at and sort of lead us into the next round. Is that correct?
Yeah, maybe we'll try and get in, 5 or 10 minutes early on the round timer starting, and we'll be back here. So I think this round ends in about 20 minutes. I'm assuming the dinner break, or sorry, the lunch break is going to be about an hour. So I think we'll probably see you at about and probably about, let's call it, I'm assuming it'll be at an hour and a half. It's 5 p.m. local for me, 2 p.m. local in on the on the in at the venue, in oh my goodness, in Seattle, Washington. So I think we'll see you all then, and thanks again, Peter, for coming on. This has been a blast. Even though honestly, I wish these games were going longer so we could keep chatting.
I know. Well, we need more of them. That's what we need. We just need more Netrunner. I'm loving the aggression on both sides from the runner and corp here, and I'm looking forward to seeing
Yeah.
more of these games when we get back from the break.
Yeah, fantastic. All right. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you in about an hour and a half.
See y'all later.
Um, I think we're going to have the standings up on screen in just a moment. But before all that, I should probably introduce myself. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeff, also known as Uzendrin. I wear a couple of different hats. And I'm also joined by Peter. Peter, do you want to say hello?
Hey, I'm Peter H., NSG staff member, playtester, um, former member of Unbanned, and happy to be here commentating. Ready to look over these standings.
Yeah, I don't know. You know what? This is one of those things where I don't know if they're up on screen and we can't see. I guess I could open up the Twitch and see if we're looking at the table on the Twitch or if we're looking at the standings on the screen. I'm assuming we're looking at the standings on the screen.
Yeah, we got round 3
Uh,
standings up right now.
Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, so round 3, obviously a little early for these to be super meaningful, right? Most people only played one or two games with their respective decks. But we're seeing Sports Metal doing pretty well. We've got a Thule, like 3 HPs in the top, though. I guess only 4 wins across those 3 decks. We're seeing a Ken at 2-0, and we're seeing quite a few kits. Again, also only 3 wins up there. But yeah, we're kind of seeing a pretty heavy Shaper and also Essa kind of getting into this top here, and it'll be interesting to see how this kind of evolves out. Not super shocked to see, Sokka a brick, and honestly, Riel has put on a very good performance this year. So she's doing great, and it's good to see her continuing in that form. Um,
Yeah, this is a pretty heterogeneous set of standings. I mean, the runner side, obviously, we're seeing a lot of green over there. There's a lot of Shaper, and split between Essa and Hoshiko. Only one criminal so far, and these people who are, about top quarter at the moment. But Corpse side, there's Sports, Thule, Ag Infusion as Mari, NEH, Precision Design, a Built to Last in there representing Wayland. We see one of the outfit lists. So a good amount of Ag Infusion. So it's really a pretty good split up of Corpse here. We see every faction represented on both sides, which is
yeah,
which is nice to see. I'm definitely excited to see some of these shapers because we have seen two Anarchs and a Criminal on stream so far, and have not seen a variant of either. We see Dao, um, Arasana, Lat, and Kit all showing up here pretty well. So I'm curious to see some Shaper and also maybe one of these, maybe Asmari, or I would really love to see obviously Sokka's Ag Infusion. I'm curious what he's been cooking up.
yeah. I'm not. I think you will really enjoy his Ag Infusion. He both plays it well, and it is a very Peter style deck. So Um, I think I'm assuming, given Sokka's performance and how well he's been doing this season, I would not be shocked if we see a lot more of him. So we've got 7 people at 9 points, so undefeated. I think it's 8 rounds today with 55, though I should probably double check with Eric, but I would say that with a reasonably high level of confidence. Um, and we've got quite a bit. Obviously the field with 2 wins is very very broad. This is a little bit early for the standings to be like incredibly meaningful. Players are going to have more than twice this many games to the belt when the standings get locked in. Um, but it doesn't. It's interesting. Sometimes you can see. Actually, I haven't done the stats. Maybe I should have done that on the break, but I was doing some other stuff. Um, Look at runner versus corp win rates, because it like just like eyeballing, like obviously you can't do that from the top 8, but once you start looking at the people with a loss, like it's a scatter of people who've lost as corp and lost as runner, which is maybe a good sign for the balance of the game, even overall.
Yeah,
Just trying
it's
to look
always
for
really
some
fascinating to
patterns that I
see
scan through.
how Corp and Runner win rates break down, right? Um, I feel like it's one of the most difficult things to suss out about how a format feels and how a format works is, are runners favored? Are corps favored? What does it mean for one of those sides to be favored? Um, I obviously my sympathies as a player are with the corp a lot of the time. That's what I started playing when I got into Netrunner, and so I have it in my head that it's going to be a runner meta one way or another. It just four corps are so put upon. Um, but it's definitely really complicated right now because we see so much diversity on the corp side, in basically both this tournament and in the lists of the players who are doing well, that it's really hard to say, oh, obviously runners win this matchup, because you're talking about more than half a dozen matchups there, probably at least a dozen matchups that you have to evaluate, and it becomes really complicated to say who actually is going to be generally in the lead, whether it's a corporate runner side. Um,
Yeah. It looks like this actually be 9 rounds today, so it's going to be a bit of a marathon stream for us. One thing I'm going to point out, or chat was asking about Ob. Ob is overall 2 for 9 across all of its matches so far, which actually kind of jives with my experience with Op in the format right now. But I'm a little disappointed, but not every meta needs to be an Op meta. Uh,
yeah, do you have the if you have the stats up right now, I'm curious, are there any identities that have been doing especially well across these first 3 rounds?
So I don't have the full stats. The op I was just looking at by eye. I mean, having two sports medals, 2 out of 3 sports medals be undefeated. Like sports medal is going to be, what is that going to be? It's going to be one, like it's going to be four. It's going to have won 5 out of its 6 games, I think, which
That's
is
pretty good.
very very good placement for this early in the event. Um,
And we saw the loss on stream, so
yeah, and that was like that was one of those ones where I'm like, this could go a lot of different ways
yep.
if we ran this back. I'm looking at like the kits real quick. What I'm doing, I'm trying to like, I'm just manually adding everything up. I probably should. I'm realizing like I have all the code for this. I can probably just write some quick scripts to write this up, but maybe I'll do that during the next break. Uh, yeah, I mean, so kit looks like it's won like 75% of her games, uh, which is a very good rate. We're just kind of filling some air here. I think while the players fill in, I think they've hit a bit of a snag, as we kind of mentioned, but
Yeah.
uh, Lat's a little more underwater than he has been historically, which doesn't
Hmm.
surprise me. I think it's actually a surprisingly difficult deck to pilot, even if it is a very very strong one. You spend a lot of time kind of accommodating for possible outs for your opponent and playing around those properly. So it makes sense that Sokka consistently performs well on it, and why it might be a little bit less consistent for other people. Uh,
Yeah, for sure. I feel like Lat has been one of those mainstays of like and sort of in my by my impression, a mildly resented mainstay of standard
mm.
for I don't know 3 or 4 years at this point. He's kind of the most boring of the shapers a lot of the time. You have Dao who does a lot of complicated ice moving, Arasana, the new person on the block who has the fancy installs, the graffiti aesthetic, and then you have Lat with this, you know, very straightforward, draw about 1 card a turn kind of identity who just wants to play normal shaper cards. Um, and yet has consistently performed like pretty well, and I think a little bit above where a lot of people usually expect him to perform. When you sort of talk about the big boogeymen in the format, people often, I mean, we've been talking about Anarch for a long time, and then we'll say, oh, what's the new thing on the block? Well, we have these, um, twinning Sable decks that were getting really good, and these various Crim variants. We have more Shaper stuff showing up, but people don't really talk about Lat all that much. I think he's just kind of there as an ID and as a deck. Um, but I am very much not surprised to see it continuing to perform well, and especially perform well in the hands of people who are comfortable and familiar with piloting that kind of shaper deck, this very reg kind of deck. Um, and I think there's another thing to talk about here, which is that as much as we're discussing decks and identities, uh, and what sort of lists people are bringing, a lot of tournament play ends up coming down to player skill and play expression, especially in a game as complicated and intricate as Netrunner. Um, this is one sort of observation that Eric Whiteblade, who's done so much to organize Cascadia, has made that I think is a very good one. Which is that as much as we want to say, tournaments are a great way to suss out what decks are good, they often do ultimately test a lot of player skills more intensely than deck matchups a lot of the time. And so sometimes if you see lists performing really well, that might have as much to do with the kind of players who choose to bring that list and the skills of those players as it does the lists themselves. Like we've talked about a this being a really fast format, and yet we see Sokka, who's a very strong player, um, continuing to bring these relatively slower decks like Glacier Fusion, and this what I would assume is a much more controlly lat deck, and mostly doing well because he's a strong player and then making these kind of identities look strong. So I think that's definitely one thing to keep in mind because we're going to be talking about cards a whole lot here. We're going to be talking about identities and who plays what. Um, but it's always good to keep in mind that a lot of what ends up making these things good is the people piloting them and being very comfortable piloting these different identities and the decks that go into them. And it looks
Yeah,
like
I
we
think
have
that's actually a great point. just want to quickly get a thing in where like there was discussion of like, oh, is Ari not that good based on like a recent tournament result where it was like, oh, three and only one made to the cut, and it's like, well, actually, I think only one of those was the best deck and format version of the Ari, and then there was some people like me playing a different version that just wasn't as good and didn't perform very well. And so, yeah, player skill is a huge, like, really does feel like this is not a secret. Your deck is going to make or break your day. It is a lot more about your skill and comfort at attacking different matchups that makes the big difference in modern Netrunner events, which is a neat place to be. It can make it hard for those people that like to grind out their advantage by beating the field, but we've got it's very nice for players to just kind of hit with some skill and see what happens.
Absolutely. And it looks like we are going to be seeing Kit versus Sports Metal here, if I'm reading this correctly. Although it does
Yep.
look like the labels for the players are currently backwards. They're fixing that.
Yeah. I think the names are on the right place, just the the identities per se are not in the correct ones, which is fortunately pretty fixable. So Riel has been repping Kit all year, some really good results, including winning American Continentals. Um,
Yes,
oh, okay.
congratulations
So
on
no, Riel is playing sports here, not playing Riel. My bad. I can't read the matchup table.
that.
Um, and Brandon Mated is playing Kit, just to confuse me, because I think Riel is also playing Kit, which is part of why I was getting confused
That
here.
sounds correct. Yeah.
All right, yeah, this is actually a matchup I don't know super deeply. The Kit decks almost never run Clot, so this is kind of like your for the sports medal is kind of like I think you're playing what was the, like you're playing against a Crim basically. But instead of Amakua, they get a Lobasoam out, which has both its upsides and its downsides for you. And I think that'll be interesting to figure out.
Yeah, and I would figure one of the downsides here that you're alluding to is the high install cost. Do you think that's fair to say?
Yeah, it's I mean, most of these kit decks tend to cheat it with Spark of Inspiration.
Right.
Um, it's turned out to be a pretty consistent deck. But it does just sometimes brick a little where you draw your Lobby before you see any sparks, or it takes you a bunch of turns to get the sparks. We've seen some kit decks start to eschew the spark and just say, I'll just play cards like rigging up and lots of just generic econ and try and just install these expensive breakers the hard way and see if that can do it. And against sports medalists, I think it ends up being really interesting because sports medalists tend to not run that much ice, which can actually but they run some, which is I feel like almost like a Goldilocks zone for Kit, where they don't have to deal with a deck that can comfortably throw out like six, like can just keep churning ice onto a single remote, but the ice is still part of their normal game plan, and so Kit can exploit that. Looks like we have a Spark in hand turn one here for the Kit, though. Though I don't know that that's going to get played, given that the Corpse first turn was installed three cards face down.
Yep. Same opening as the last sports metal deck we saw. And you're right that this is probably not quite what a kit holding Spark is looking for. That really Kit wants like 3 or 4 servers with one ice on them, and where they can just choose to run any. Oh, that's going to be is that click one burner? I think.
I think it was
Um,
click two burner, but yeah.
click two burner.
All right,
Okay,
so
yeah.
what do we see? Oh, these are in black and white. That's going to make this difficult. That looks like an ontological dependency, a powers that be, and I cannot tell what that other one is. Um,
Well, it looks
and
like the
there,
Onto, it looks like we'll find out later. The Onto is sticking around. Um,
yeah,
the Onto
it's
is not.
staying in HQ and then running back and accessing the top card of oh, a Rashida. Okay. It was click two burner. We're running, trashing the Rashida, and then are we going to run HQ and steal the Onto? I think that makes a lot of sense. I like putting both cards back on top of R&D. minimizing the amount of value the opponent, either the corp gets out of drawing cards is, I think, a big part of the power budget of Burner. But we see a second Rashida, two Rashidas is a nice start for Sports Metal. Looks like we're using some. Oh yeah, we're on 5 because of the gen that got stolen.
Yeah.
So I feel like yeah, okay, we're on 10.
Yeah, bundling in the mandatory draw there, so getting 4 cards at the start of turn. And then looking to red level, this is, I assume, going to be digging for more cards. Usually when red level is played in a sports metal deck, by my understanding, getting some credits from it.
Actually, no,
credits in
so
the
it's no,
install. Okay.
it's it's an install and then gain a click and then score a superconducting hub.
The
So
Hyperloop, I
ice.
think.
I'm sorry. Yes, that is a hyperloop. Um, I misspoke there, but yes.
Yeah,
So that
so
kind
loop,
of that's almost 2 Rashida fires for Sports Metal this turn.
that's pretty good. Pretty happy to see that as sports metal, I would assume. And that ice on HQ is uh, partly to say either they did draw more agendas or just no more burners, please. Um, as we said, one ice only is going to do so much against Kit, but that does involve getting breakers out. And there we see rigging up into Anakin.
Yep, and that has a very nice interaction where you get the draw off of the rigging up on the Anakin because you finish installing the Anakin before the rigging up leaves play. This is just a fun little tidbit for everyone at home. It looks like we're running R&D, stealing of Vitruvius. You love as the runner when you can pull this many points that quickly. Corp choosing to draw off of this, I think that makes a lot of sense. And we're going to last click Creative Commission.
It's usually when you want to be doing that, yeah. All right, the Corp is once again under a fair amount of pressure. We saw a runner previously jump out to an early lead against Sports Metal and then be able to rip 3 points out of hand. And this ice is going to do all right. It's really going to depend on what Kit is able to hit off of this spark that you mentioned is in the grip. Um, these kit lists are, by my understanding, going to be on Orca Lobisomum, or are they usually just on the Lobisomum? What's
So
been
usually
open?
on Yeah, so usually they're on Orca and Lobisoam, usually one of each. And it does have Orca, while very expensive at the table, does break Drafter, obviously, at an extremely good rate, or probably best rate in the format, um, which is, pretty nice. We see yeah, so I think, as Kit, the big thing is that your money is not super high, and so you can sometimes lose to some kind of style strategies where you can't keep up with the tempo of checking everything, and if you're checking everything on the board, the sportsmanlike player can probably start setting up, turn their 3-1 agendas into traps. But it looks like the turn was something like greasing the palm to install a card, and then play active policing to install a third card and take a click. So this makes me think that we might be seeing something like Giordano Memorial Field.
Is that's all one remote there? Is that it?
Apparently, that's all one remote. I'm missing how I must have missed an RLC install or something here
I
because
think
it looks like
there was a card in
in
it,
there
and then I
already,
think it
maybe.
was install, greasing, policing for 3 more installs.
Okay, yeah. So it was just that there was a card. I thought there. Yeah, I must be misremembering. I thought there was no cards on the board there, um, but yeah, this is a 4 deep server. I would not be surprised to see something like a Memorial Field, Managarm. Maybe we saw the flash of an Ikawa, so maybe that's how the sports is looking to score. Is just say, I can't beat you with ice, so I'm just going to make you need a giant stack of cash as well. Um,
Yeah, when runners get really efficient breakers, it often becomes more attractive to pivot towards upgrades that are a little less initially demanding, but have a higher floor on them. If Kit gets really strong breakers out, and if other Shaper decks are supporting something with Turbine, they might turn your ice into 1 or 2 credit taxes. Whereas Managarm, sure you can trash it, but it's going to cost you 2 clicks or 5 either way. Um, and what's that Spin Doctor res? It looks like.
Yep. So runner turn was just I think it was draw, and I missed what the last action was there. Oh no, active policing's on threat 4, so I think actually it might have just been two actions for the runner there. I forgot about that.
Hmm.
So click 1, install a spin doctor. It makes this active policing, I think, quite interesting to me because it meant that it was just kind of it was like a tempo active policing, and it wasn't leading to an immediate play. It was just it's worth it for me to spend a card and 2 credits to deny 2 clicks from the runner here. And probably at threat 4, you're just trying to kind of get any kind of edge you can scrape together, and it's not like it does not look like the sports medal is going to be tested on cash too much this game.
No, it certainly doesn't seem like it. Notably, still very little ice, still no breakers, still presumably a spark in hand, but I believe the runner is not on that many credits. Or is that two fives I see instead of ones?
So it looks like it's a 5, a 2, a 1, and a 1, which is definitely, makes it a little bit difficult from a viewing experience, especially at this distance where it can be a little bit hard to tell. But we're seeing Trick Shot, the card that everyone is talking about. Seeing a Jagarundi, so this is core sports, and I think that's a powers that be as well. It's going to be red and probably. Oh, actually, that could be a Nightmare Archive, actually.
If they pulled it out here,
I
it looks like Nightmare Archives.
Yeah, so we're seeing some interesting cards in hand, um, and it's important. This is a difficult choice for the runner here. Yeah,
This definitely seems like Nightmare Archives, and the choice here is between taking -1 agenda points, and notably for Giordano and some other corp cards, adding a card to the runner's score area, or taking a core damage, which in this case is a card from hand, and also -1 hand size. Now, the extent to which it looks like the runner's going to take it as -1 points, so that's going to bring the tax on Giordano Memorial Field up to 6 credits. It's 2 credits for each agenda in the runner's score area, and this might also activate cards like Fast Break, which is a 4 credit operation for HB that lets you get credits, draws, and installs for each card in the runner's score area. Um,
yeah, it's. I don't know. Sorry, finish your point.
no, I was going to say, just to finish off, that the kind of consideration here ends up being between um, taking the sort of safer line where you add it to the score area and power up some known quantities slowly on the corpse side, or take the damage and draw a bigger risk of maybe dying to something.
Yeah, I in general the threat is usually not dying into these ontological sports. Usually they just want you to take 2 core damage, and they have some ways of making that happen. Um, I think they generally have some slight tagging threat. Looks like we're getting some reading on some text here, um, but their goal is to get 2 core damage on the runner so that they can start fast advancing ontologicals from hand. There's no core damage on the runner yet, and 1 ontological is in the score area already. So I'm uh, you know, I'm a little surprised that it got added to the score area because there are usually 1 pointers in the deck. And so going from, like, if the deck was only 2 pointers, going from 4 points to 3 points doesn't change the amount of agendas you need to score. But in the situation where there's 1 pointers in the deck, taking a Nightmare Archive actually can be like, oh, you have to score an additional 2 agendas. I think they're probably discussing the timing of Giordano Memorial Field, which is a successful run, versus Manigarm, which happens first, and the runner needs to pick here. I think if I'm the runner here, I'm probably, with only 5 credits in hand, this is actually a very difficult decision. Um, I think I would look at something like, can I pay, if I click twice and then get into that server, I can spend 6 off of the Giordano, off of the trick shot, and then I have 5 credits to go and just clear out that remote. But it looks like that's not the decision that Brandon Maiden went for. Instead, just letting the trick shot fizzle. I feel like you should at least run the spin doctor. Oh no, actually no. I'm assuming he made the run, everything got res, and he opted to not pay, which makes a lot of sense. Um, so yeah, runner
Yeah,
has
so
has got.
the interaction there, just for anybody who might have missed it, was the runner used Trickshot onto R&D, got the extra credits, and then ran into the Giordano Managarm remote. The Giordano and the Managarm got rezzed. The Mana Garm triggers first, and the runner needs to decide if they're going to click through it or pay for it before getting to the Giordano. And after that, then they can go trash things. And they opted to bounce off the Mana Garm, it looks like.
Yeah, and then it looks like we're seeing click 3, a build script. This is a card that I don't think anyone looked at very seriously, but seems to be finding its way into decks. It does synergize pretty decently with Anacam, where it just says, oh, when I draw this, I instead get to draw 2 other cards and make 2 credits for a click, which is pretty reasonable.
Yep, it does, by my understanding, cost an influence though, which seems pretty constrained in kit already. So that's definitely a big call. And here comes Miss Bones, which might explain the decision not to immediately pay through with that trick shot. Um, because dropping very low on credits and then needing to click up as opposed to play other cards uh, could be a little rough.
Yeah, it is a little. Yeah, it's, I guess probably the Miss Bones was drawn into here. I do think as the runner, you need to start making a plan to take down this remote soon, or figure out your plan to just win on centrals, which is probably still a possibility. Um, it's but with the ice coming down, it's a little bit harder. But also, it looks like there's only 5 credits in the corpse credit pool, so you have some real agency here as the runner, even though you're not on that many credits yourself. Looks like we're hitting another build script. Um,
Yeah, I was about to say, well, that R&D is open, and it immediately got shut down with a piece of ice. And given that we have seen Jaguar R&D off the top, it's probably a little less appealing to breakerlessly try to go for some tempo pressure by attacking, just face checking into these ice. You don't want to hit a gatekeeper here. You don't want to hit the Jaguar R&D, especially if it means a core and then a tag that you need to worry about. Um, and we aren't on threat 4 anymore, so Jaguar R&D's on encounter effect wouldn't be active. Notably, the Nightmare Archives does give them -1 while it's not our score area. Uh, so there is a world with different ice where the runner could see the corp is low on credits, and there's Spark of Inspiration getting at Lowy Soma, and the runner could just attack into these ice. And now with Lowy Soma, that's going to be much more viable. But you really
yeah,
need that breaker in a lot of dice.
it's still not immediately appealing because on only 2 credits, you don't really want to be running. Though with the corporate 5, you could maybe say, what are you going to do to me if you spend, what is it, 4 to res a Jagarundi?
Yeah,
Uh,
Jaguar is 4.
like, okay, you can be on 1 credit and I'll float a tag for a turn. Like, you can't actually do that much. Uh, but
Yeah,
but
so
yeah,
now
can't steal an Ikoa. That's a good call out from the chat. It's probably one of the things that you want to be thinking about the most. Though I don't know if the core damage sports run Ikoas. I'd have to go and look, honestly.
on this current board state, it would take 2 credits for Lowy Soma to bring Jaguar Rundi. The on encounter effect isn't active, so all you need to do is boost once for strength, and then spend 1 credit to break the take a tag subroutine, and the second subroutine would just fizzle.
Yep, it looks like a creative commission lined up at the end. So Brandomated is sitting at a very comfortable 7 credits now, and Corp has to figure out what their plan forward is here, sitting on what I think is 5. Um,
Yeah.
So yeah, as the corp, I think like this Doom remote is pretty good, but I do wonder, it does feel like if Brandon Mayday draws a trick shot before you can really make the server, before you can get an ice down on that remote, it could just disappear in an instant, and that could be dangerous for you. We're seeing credit, and was there an install in the remote, or was there a draw? I may have missed it.
I missed it as well. I might have been an install. Here's Diesel for 4 cards from the runner. Um, yeah,
All right,
the other
seems
thing to wonder about is if the runner is packing any pinhole threadings. With multiple build scripts in the deck and seeing him as Bones coming out, they might be a little too pressed on influence as kit to afford any space for that. But pinhole threading is another really strong way to pull down defensive upgrades with which you don't want to interact directly. Giordano Memorial Field would be a great thing to just knock out with that.
Yeah, I think that's a very good shot. And here comes the trick shot that I was talking about. 4 credits.
Yep.
We're approaching this ice. Riel now has to make the decision about whether or not they want to res this ice. It would get broken for probably 3 credits if because we think this is the Jagarundi. It's probably broken for 3 credits almost regardless of what it is because Lobi will boost to strength 4 on a single boost and then break any 2 subs. And here comes the Jagarundi.
So a mere 2 credits to break through this. Um,
Yeah.
so long as the runner doesn't get baited by the JNet play of just clicking break all, you can get away by breaking one less subroutine on Jaguarundi.
Oh, you're right.
Um,
So this can actually be 2. I was wrong. Yeah.
yeah, it's a more porous ice than you would expect. Um,
Though it does.
oh, this
Does
spending 3.
the
Oh,
the runner did the break all thing. Um. So.
it looks like a
Uh.
Hendrick on top.
Yep. Yep. So we're lots of core damage pieces, and then into an ablative. Um. And Riel offering the remote. I honestly wonder because you only have the 1 credit on the trick shot, if you're supposed to go after the spin doctor instead,
I
because
think
it's
you
actually going to
are.
cost. It's going to cost, I guess, 2 clicks and 5 of your real dollars to go after that remote, but it's probably not good. Um,
Yeah, and then
or it's not.
you'd have to get it with bones. I think probably pressuring the spin doctor here after you've established that you've attacked the top of R&D is probably the safer move. Um, it's less economically committal, and all really the runner is going to need to do now that they have several main pieces set up is sort of put the lock on the corp here. That's going to be difficult to do against sports metal, especially if they have fast advancement. Sports is only on 1 point. They're not threatening to end the game that soon. Um, so I think the runner can take the time probably to money up. And here, yeah, I think we see Spin Doctor
Yeah.
getting popped for what looks like greasing the palm and Rashida.
Yeah.
Um,
Actually, seeing that Brandon Mated has a burner in hand makes me like this play even more. You know,
mhm.
he can set up for um, like he can just take another turn economically and then set up the burner to just kind of take any wind out of Riel's sail next turn, provided things can line up properly. Actually,
Yeah,
am I
it's
using the?
really really scary here for the runner because or for the corp, excuse me. There's Nuka coming down, which is gonna keep the gas going for the runner. The corp is definitely in a tight spot next turn. With that burner, they don't necessarily know it, but with that burner, the runner is looking at almost a sure thing getting into HQ, setting some of those cards either back on top and cutting down on the corp's tempo, or setting them on bottom if the corp doesn't want to see him again. And the spin doctor is now gone to rescue them from there. So I'm curious what those other cards are in the remote at this point. They still have what looks like 2 unresed cards in their Giordano Managarm remote, and they haven't done anything with them yet. They might be Hendrix, perhaps. They might be other defensive upgrades. Um, there's a new remote server being made, new unresed card.
Yeah, I'm assuming at least some of them are Hendrix. Oh, this is a moon pool being rezzed here. So the spin doctor did not shuffle. It looks like okay. No, we're putting 2 agendas face down from hand into archives, or maybe not, and then revealing 2 agendas. Based on the way that those cards moved, I think they may have been there already. Though maybe I'm misremembering the text on Moonpool because uh, that card has a little just a touch of text on it. But it looks like we're going to install double advance this card. It's either an NGO front or okay. What was the this turn is okay? It was install pop the moon pool, install another card in the remote to gain 2 credits, and then advance the score of Vitruvius, putting Riel at 3 points. And now it's tied 3-3. The remote is standing, and there is a new card in this Doom remote. So Riel is doing a very nice job here of saying, I'm not out of this by any means. You do have to find an answer to this remote at some point. Um,
Yeah, having a secure place to put cards is really, really valuable for the corp, not just generally, but also for one that depends upon putting a lot of clicks into a single turn, like sports metal, or for that matter, other uh, other HB decks that look to score, because it means that you can basically launder one click across turns by having an install. That's really what having that defended remote is doing for you. A lot of the time as Corp, it's about pushing one click from one turn to another. And that's still going to be important if you're trying to do fast advance or anything else like that. It just opens up a lot of lines. So now maybe the runner still commits to some sort of HQ attack here, but the sort of big, I think, strategic decision for them to make right now is whether they want to try to disassemble the remote and break down the board, or if they want to go on a counterattack and apply pressure that way. They got to get a
Yeah,
handle on the board somehow.
yeah. Usually these decks are running Cataloger as part of their like as part of their like win condition plans. Um, and so I would, probably you're hoping to see that, but I will say Cataloger seems a little bit low in value against Sports Metal just due to how much they can adjust the top of their deck by drawing or not drawing at different times. And so maybe you could argue, oh, it means I get to play indexings on consecutive turns, but the Jagarundi on R&D actually means until an Orca comes down, it is very difficult for Kit to run R&D twice in a single turn, which might end up presenting some problems here for Brandomated.
Yeah, it looks like they still have a lot of gas left in the hand. I think I saw a Creative Commission. There's another Diesel. They still have a Nuku with counters on it, a full Miss Bones. So they do have a lot of floating value. They just need to figure out how they're going to deploy it against the Corp here.
Oh, and we're seeing a pinhole. I love it. That I think
Hey,
that
you
takes out
call
the
that trick shot? I call it pinhole.
yeah. I think going after the Giordano, going after the Trank grid with is
Oh, okay.
an I you know I I don't think it's what I would have done, but I think it makes some sense in that Riel is only on 3 credits here, and so it is a very clear way to stop the court from keeping their forward tempo going. Um, which I
Yeah,
think
this is
is it's a way to say I don't really feel like contesting this remote. I would rather contest your ability to keep the pace of play moving. My hand is full of gas, and so I'll control you on centrals.
yeah, that's one way for the runner to be taking down the um the corpse remote is to say, instead of I'm going to break down the defensive upgrades and then actually bust it open, is just to make it non-functional by removing the ability to use it productively. That is by not having any money.
Yeah, so I think okay, we're seeing an ice placed on this Doom remote and then clicking for 2 credits. So I'm trying to yeah, that's it's just trying to shore up this remote, I think, and we're gonna see if the runner's tempo play rather than their attempt to disrupt the remote is going to pay off for them. It looks like we do see the cataloger in hand, so it's now up to Brandomated to figure out how he's going to make this angle of attack. I think you probably want a little bit more cash. Only sitting on 6 feels a little low off the ground, and as I say it, out pops a sure gamble and another sure gamble. There comes the cash.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, this is feeling reasonable for the kit for sure. Though this remote still poses some challenges. I think at some point there comes a Steve, which is I actually think this makes this very tough for the court because Steve will enable Kit to keep this value train rolling. And only 5 credits. The corp is very pressed on trying to figure out do they need to shut down the Steve or do they need to try and advance their own game plan.
Yeah, Steve is really going to be a key piece here for getting kind of a stranglehold over the corp. Once the runner is able to make runs on HQ, essentially value neutral, by either getting a sure gamble back or something like that, which is going to be able to persist for several turns worth of value, it becomes really hard for the corp to advance any sort of game plan if they're worried about bleeding out on agendas on HQ or losing trashables, and if the runner is essentially getting free accesses. That's the big thing that runners would love to be able to do is run basically 4 times a turn. And
Yep.
setting up this kind of board state is just one step in being able to get to 4 runs a turn. Everything else is
Yep.
just stages to that. So Steve is one key piece to getting there.
Looks like we see a rigging up on a cataloger, so that should come in with 3 counters, which is a very nice situation for Kit here. Uh, and we're going to run R&D, turn Jacarandi into a code gate, still threat 3, and now Brandon gets to see the top 4 cards and make some arrangements. Looks like we see. It's hard to tell exactly what these are, but I know I saw at least one agenda. I wonder here, as Brandon made it, if you put an agenda on top, 2 blanks, and then an agenda, so that if Sports chooses to draw, you can actually just win the game in 2 clicks. Um, and I'll be interested to see if that's how it gets set up, or if you just put them all in hand, because you have the burner recursion engine with Steve and 2 burners in the. Actually, I guess there's not 2 burners in the bin, but one can go in the bin next. No actions. We're going to use Cataloger to access the top card of R&D, and we are going to steal a Luminal. You love to see that as the runner. 5 points. And Riel now has to decide what she's going to do with her sports medal trigger. It looks like she's taking 2 credits.
Yeah, maybe playing around that line you were mentioning of baiting the corp into drawing cards. This is the third Luminal we've seen get ripped away.
See, it's
Not
balanced.
yeah, it's a very balanced card when the runner steals it. Certainly makes it easier on them. So, how at this point do you think Sports Metal is going to get out from this situation? What are their outs at this point? There's Pinhole probably disassembling part of the remote just in case. But this also potentially threatens a Spin Doctor. That's a kind of, I doubt that that's what's going to happen here, but the Corp might have their second remote be a Spin Doctor and feel worried about it. It's a bit of a long shot, but
Yeah, it's unlikely to be a spin doctor. We're seeing a moon pool resed and used on the pinhole run. To put 2 advancements on a card in that empty remote, which was we probably knew was not a spin doctor because usually you should pop a spin doctor, either draw or do the full pop on seeing a card. So it looks like that might be an agenda out in the remote, and then the Giordano field is going to go down to this pinhole. So it looks like Brandon made it when last turn or 2 turns ago when he decided to go after the Tranquility home grid. He may have done so knowing that he either had the other pinhole in hand or was probably not that far from having it. And so without the Giordano field, this remote is noticeably more vulnerable. But this does look like a last click pinhole on the remote, so I imagine it's going to be an agenda scored out naked on the table here. And the shuffle
that
effect
is
does undo the cataloger.
definitely an out if that means the Corp gets to score an agenda off the table here. That means they would only need one piece of fast advanced tech, and if they can somehow keep that alive through whatever burner comes up next, um, then they have a line.
Yep, and it looks like there's a Mega Pre. I'm not sure though if there was a Mega Pre actually in the score area before it, which I don't. I think it was. Yeah, because it's all 3 pointers on the runner side, and it was a hyper loop extension on the corp side. So Riel is only at 4 points here. So the threat has to be to score a luminal, which usually is difficult to do from hand. With both the moon pools gone, I think she has her work cut out for her. But a red level in hand does mean that she's going to have some gas to go digging and try and find a way out of this.
Yeah, with the Luminal gone, I guess the plan now is find Mega Pre plus Bifurcation for scoring from hand. I'm not sure how the Corp is going to be looking to score off the table here.
Yeah. We see another ice on R&D. As the runner, I honestly, this is the time in the game where there was no install on the board, so I don't have to worry about a spin doctor. I might start looking at just taking the Jagarundi. The ontologicals are less relevant. If I can see 4 cards off the cataloger and then click it to win, how much core damage I have does not actually matter. Um, but we're running HQ first, so we're not going to be able to break that Jagarundi. Looks like an ablative barrier res. I'm wondering if we're going to install the Giordano Memorial Field or something. Oh, we're going to install Rashida, of course. Makes the most sense. That actually provides tempo for the court. So
Yeah, the big sort of evaluation here on runner side gets at what you were talking about with either tanking the Jaguarundi subs or attacking another server, and we can see the Rashida as a response to this. And that comes down to the best way for a runner to guarantee that the corp doesn't win the game is to win the game themselves. And sometimes the best controlling play you have is just to attack centrals and finish off the corp before the corp is going to be able to put another agenda on the board and put 3 advancement counters on it. And so this Rashida is saying, okay, I'm going to make you make that kind of attack. I'm going to keep up the tempo and not try to fall back and let you control the state of the game. So, because
Yep.
the other option there is Giordano, right? Which says, I'm going to sort of slowly score another agenda off the field. It looks like getting is that a compile out of hand?
Yeah, so it looks like there was a Nightmare Archives hit in hand, and runner chose to take a core. I still think as the runner here, I'm just eating that second core. They showed two trick shots on the um, off of the reveal, and to some extent, I think Randomated is playing on the this is going to be a 2 scores to win game for the Corp, and so he doesn't have to try and make a push to win this turn as much as I probably would be going for it. Um, so compile lost from hand, but trick shot is still live. It just doesn't actually like quite accomplish things here, which it looks like we're going back into HQ, just taking some singles. I think that makes total sense. It's pretty plausible that there is an agenda in hand. Sports tends to have a lot of agendas, and we just removed one card. You see a drafter though, no dice. Brandon has 2 clicks left to decide how they want to spend out the rest of their turn.
Yeah,
So
it seems
looks like
unlikely that they're going to contest the Rashida here. If that was a drafter on top of the Rashida, it would be pretty well. The corp is only on 1 credit, right?
yeah, I was a little surprised. I feel like they had an option here after the Rashida goes to show both pinhole threadings and just pinhole that Rashida, and that would that basically neutralizes the entire ablative barrier res. Um, I think
Yeah, and
I
that's a
think Brandon made. Oh, sorry.
no. Go ahead.
I was just say I think Brandon may have been thinking, may have actually been relying on the compile because if he had compiled to run R&D, he could pull the Orca out of his deck, break the Jagarundi, and probably just win off of the cataloger. And I think that whiff may have, or like hitting that Nightmare Archive from hand may have dissuaded him from doing that. Um,
Yeah, that's that whole sequence of plays there on the runner side and the corpse decision on the ablative was played fairly quickly, and we're really coming down to time. There's 4 minutes left on the clock here, with the runner up 1 point. But I think that was a remarkably complicated little section of Netrunner. There were a lot of the subtle decisions that went into that. That's the kind of thing where if you were in a testing team environment and you're sitting across from a teammate and both of you are playing with open hands or something like it, I could see spending 10, 15 minutes talking through that little section of the turn right there. And under this tournament environment, you just don't have time to do that. So they were making a lot of really important and I think very impressive decisions under the time available to them.
yeah, I think and so now as the runner, like there was no point scored, so you're not quite under threat in the same way, but time is called. You probably, as the runner, want to make sure that you get the final turn here. So it's going to be about trying to execute your turn somewhat quickly, but still being accurate here. I think getting the Spin Doctor off the board and then going for Cataloger is still the line I would prefer here. But Riel, she installs 3 cards, one of them being a Spin Doctor and a new remote to draw more cards after all of this draw. We're checking remotes here. Tired of getting hit by I would say these agendas just being installed naked. So we're finding Brandon Maid found a Rashida out in the side. So then gonna run HQ, presumably grab a Steve trigger here. We're gonna see 2 pinholes. The pinhole is actually a nice way to maybe 2-for-1 the card that was installed in the remote and the Spin Doctor. And we see another Jagarundi in hand. And so I would suspect click 3 is Pinhole? No, it's actually just run the remote straight up, and we see another ablative res. Another Rashid is going to go down. This time on click 3, so Brandon Maid has the time to go and hit that Rashida if he wants to.
The runner really has been forced to interact with a remarkable number of Rashidas this game. We saw two of them early, one on the table, one off the top of the deck. One got shuffled back, another got popped, and now this is potentially the another Rashida in the same turn that's going to have to get trashed off the board. That's something like 5 or 6 Rashidas that have had a material impact on this game so far.
Yeah, and as the Corp, you love it when you're getting this much Rashida value. Corp is choosing whether or not to res anything here. Brandon Maid is going to have to spend $5 real to beat this Managarm tax. Then is going to go to access. There's no successful run triggers here. The order does slightly matter. We're going to trash the Managarm first and then see the other cards. New one first. It is a superconducting hub, so that is Riel. She takes 5 off of it. We see another Giordano Memorial Field. I don't think there's enough money on the bones to trash it. And a Hendrik looks like Corp is paying for a core damage. And Riel, he has to choose between whether or not he's losing the click. It looks like he's losing the click and letting the Rashida fire, with which is an interesting calculation to make.
Yeah,
A
the Corp
difficult
here
one.
really just really just throwing out so many threats that they're forcing this kind of decision overload on the runner, saying here's 4 different trashing decisions. Oh, here's fast break coming out, so that's going to
Here's
be
fast
+1
breaking.
credit. Draw 5
Yep.
cards.
Plus, get to install up to 5 things and see if we can make it work.
We've seen
And
2
that's
Moonfold
time
Fields
on
so
the
far.
round. So
So it's
installing 1 card, and we'll have to see what else can be installed here. But yeah, Corp needs to actually score 2 points here to tie, and then hope that they can hold on R&D, I think.
yeah, with Cataloger up is pretty scary. Well, they do have Spin Doctor actually.
Yeah, but I think there's a somewhat simple line for the runner here to run the Spin Doctor to just
Yeah,
get it off the board. Oh, I guess I don't have the credits for it right now, which would present an issue.
what an
Um,
interesting board state. Yeah, and they don't really have the money to break ice, do they?
no, they don't. The thing is, Jacaroni isn't actually in the run, but yeah, both moon pools are gone. We're just installing the ice, Audacity, scoring, and ontological, which is just a 3-2 here, gaining 2 credits, and binning the hand. I feel like as Kit here. Oh right, we have the trick shot. So I wonder if the sequence might be click for a credit, run archives, and then we trick shot and hope that we can win off of that. So that's gonna, because if there's any agendas that was in that hand, which was a fairly large hand after the fast break, the Spin Doctor's gonna have to get popped there. So that does feel like to me a pretty high likelihood line of pulling it out here for Brandomated.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a tough turn to compute out and really has to think about things. But
Yeah, you can tell how much pressure the players are under here.
at worst here, unless he flatlines, he's going to end up as a tie here. But I think he can play for a win and have a pretty reasonable line at it.
Yeah, the flat line here seems decidedly unlikely. Um,
I find it very funny that we had a sports mill game as our first game that took up the whole 40 minutes of the ones we've seen on
and
stream.
the first one involving a real breaker that got installed.
All right, so it looks like 2 cards are getting shuffled back, a bunch of face downs. I think they're discussing how the archives access works, because there might be some traps in there. But it looks like, there's a Nightmare Archive, but there's also a 1-pointer that wins the game,
Yes.
and Brandon made it wins.
So it's important here that the way that archives accesses will function is you run archives, you flip all the cards face up, and then you choose your access order. So in this case, the runner runs archives, sees everything, realizes that the Nightmare Archives is -1 point, but the Hyperloop can come first and takes it for 7.
Yeah, and so that's a win for Brandon. Made it a well fought match between these two, um, and that's going to be it. And that's the end of round 4 of the 9 rounds today. So going to be we're in for quite a bit. Peter, I'm going to have you vamp for like 30 seconds, and then I should be back in just a moment.
Yeah, sure thing. Um, as Jeff was saying, really great game, very complicated, interesting, intricate set of plays there in the middle regarding choices for both the runner and the corp of how much they wanted to accelerate the game as opposed to slowing it down. And it really did come down to a lot of key central pressure from the corp or from the runner, excuse me. Uh, the corp in this case can't just hold back and try to score Giordano, and that means that they need to go for these more aggressive lines, which means then throwing things to archives, which allows the runner to then attack them. So there's this kind of dynamic here of the late game sort of controlling pressure of the runner forcing the corpse to accelerate in ways that then open them up to runner aggression. So it's not just the runner moving very fast to then attack particular servers. It's this sort of shadow behind them of what's going to happen if this game goes another 5 turns that allows them to play the way they did. Uh, Sadly, we have seen so much HB here and not one luminal score yet. It's always so beautiful when it happens. But a very good game between the two of them. Very well played to both of them. And very fun also to see Sports Metal and this Moonpool Sports Metal get to do a lot of what it really can do. Scoring out with Moonpool in very fascinating ways. Going with fast break. I think we saw at least 2 different kinds of fast advance from hand there. One with Audacity, one with
Yep.
Moonpool. Um, and I'm sure that there's even more that they could have if there was more card damage on the board and they were able to score either luminals or ontologicals along with that.
Yeah,
Really
I
fascinating.
will. Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about the sports medal list is it's trying to use the slow accumulation of core damage to start like leveraging, like turn that late game equation a little bit in its favor. We did see at the end, at that final turn for Riel, that she was able to score ontological as a 3-2, and if the game hadn't just ended there, it was plausible that the future ontologicals might have been 2-2s or maybe even 1-2s, which definitely starts tilting the balance more and more towards the corp, even as the runner's sort of late game inevitability starts to ramp up. Um,
Yeah, and there's a lot of
but
sort of fun interactions between cards in that deck. There's Jaguarundi, which is giving tags along its core damage, and then Greasing the Palm, which is a fine little bit of tempo and econ that lets you install along with gaining money, but suddenly turns into a fast advance tool if the runner opts to disrespect the tags that are coming in from your other cards when the tags are only really those cards' secondary purpose.
yeah, it is sort of an interesting life of those things, and it's nice to see that tag package synergy works, somewhat just kind of tangentially to the goal of the deck, but kind of just boosts its power a little bit throughout. Which is a nice little thing. I believe pairing is happening just off screen. I'm assuming it looks like this match has not actually been reported yet. So I'm assuming once it's reported and pairings are done, we should be on to round 5 in a short moment. Um, or I'm about to get a desperate ping from Whiteplay that something has gone wrong with the software, but hopefully we're not quite there. Looks like there's a few more game. There's probably maybe another game also still resolving. Looks like a few may have gone to time. There's a couple of 1-1s on the board this round. Um,
What Whiteblade is saying is that we're jumping basically right into round 6. So, um, game no less precise and vicious than some of the earlier ones we've seen, but it went long enough that I think we're basically going to have virtually no break between now and whenever they're setting up next. We might take 5, just briefly. How about we do that, Jeff? We'll be back in just 5 minutes once pairings are done
yeah,
and players are at their seats.
yeah, sounds good.
All right, see y'all again soon.
All right. We've got a roundup. I need to go and actually open up the Twitch to see which table we actually have. But we're back with round
Like
five. It's like we've got
Austin.
Austin and Fire RL. So this is table three for those following along at home. Um, so it looks like we have Fire RL playing Ag Infusion. And I think one of the interesting things, there's probably, I would say, two different styles of Ag Infusion, maybe three, um, where one is a more Glacier game plan, and then there's like a punitive kill game plan that you can also do. And it can be very difficult to tell which one you're up against until it's too late in certain cases. So, and we see
Is
yet
there a lot
another ESSA making its way to the top tables.
Yeah, good to see Essa again. I feel like Essa always leads, or at least in my experience, always leads to fairly dynamic, really interesting games. The runner often has a lot of space to play for either a very sort of uh, long game that's focused on getting that mass multi-access effectively through sabotage, or these very aggressive plans based around running hot and finality. So I think there's so much room for an ESSA deck to do different things that it's always really exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I think
Yep.
this matchup ends up being very interesting because a lot of the like powerful run events for ESSA just like don't consistently land, which is makes you have to play the matchup very differently. But in exchange, you get this really powerful break combination where yeah, Agitation is a lot about running you through taxing ice or booping you into taxing ice, and you can get set up with both Lamb and Begamot so that you can break basically any ice in the Ag Infusion deck for 3 credits, which like is a fun like twist on what their game plan is. Um,
Yeah, definitely powerful. Now, you mentioned earlier that the it can be a little hard to tell the difference between these kind of punitive bacterial focused lists and decks that are more glaciery. Is there a lot of overlap in the ice there? What things is the runner going to look for to help identify which of those decks they're going to be playing against before they just get shot?
Yeah, so this is actually, I will admit, a little bit of a hole in my meta knowledge. I know that the ice is slightly different between the two, but at the same time, the Jinteki Ice Suite is like pretty concentrated on some like high value net damage cards, and so it ends up being what both decks tend to run. So like probably a thing I would look for if we're on a kill deck is if we start seeing stuff like Anemone, my like oh I'm about to get flatline alarms go off to a much higher degree, whereas um, if we see like a border control, like immediately I'm like, okay, we're not on kill plans. But I don't feel like they've been running kill plans. It's more if we start seeing things probably more like seamless launch or like these sort of like value pieces. And that's part of what I think makes this like matchup so scary as the runner is the signals are I think pretty subtle that you have to be able to read for like what opponent you're playing against. This install advance can mean that like if this is like a Nisei Mark II that's scored, which I don't see that's there's no way that's what it actually is. If you see like a Nisei Mark II, like you immediately get to eliminate the bacterials, but it is a non-trivial problem to solve on the fly. To some extent, you have the fallback good game runner game plan of let's just have a lot of money and it probably will work either way. And we're seeing Charlotte Casadore Res, which I think is what that card kind of had to be, and I think it makes some sense here.
Yeah, and from the runner, we got the Dirty Laundry into HQ, seen in Nancy. Uh, sure Gamble into Banhar. So just setting up the usual Anarch stuff here, getting some money, little early attack, and then settling in. Now, assuming that the runner can suss out which of these lists we're playing against, which maybe Charlotte makes me think that it's a little bit slower, but maybe the card is just so good that you would play it in either list. Um, what's the sort of big difference in how they want to approach it? Do you think that the runner wants to be attacking a lot more if it's obviously a Glacier Corp in order to put pressure on early? or do you think that the play pattern still ends up being fairly similar and the differences are still rather subtle?
So I think actually if you're up against the kill decks, you want to like go. I my working theory at the moment, and maybe chat will flame me because I have not proven this theory out in testing yet, is you want to try and get one of the 3 pointers kind of early before they can have the full combo set up. Um, and if you can do that, then like it can set you up in a really good spot. Whereas if you're against the kind of Glacier deck, you probably want to try and make sure that you're staying in the tempo of the game to some extent. And you want to avoid spending you actually might prioritize getting breakers down, whereas here I think like you might value access for singles. But I think in practice, with the draw and the way this board state is set up, I think it's the game plans are going to look pretty similar across the board. We're seeing a Chestushka. It is going to resolve here. There is no defense for the Ag Infusion, and Fire RL has to make some choices about what he wants to do. Um,
Looks like 4 off the top.
4 off the top. That's not something you mind too much as Essa. We're seeing Bravado in hand, which makes me think there's probably another legwork, but I've been loving the legwork splashes in ESSA or the legwork splashes in like various runner decks at the moment. It's too early to play that style of card, but it's definitely an interesting one. I'd also be interested to see that's maybe it. I actually can't tell. My guess that looks like a one in the top corner, and we're going to resolve a core. So I'm assuming that's a running hot. Um,
Yeah, looks like
and
it.
maybe I'll light the fire. I think. Um, and so runner's going to get some clicks back. We're going to sabotage some more. 6 cards in the bin. We're going to want to draw up, and we'll see how Faceless decides to proceed from here.
Yeah, and once the corp commits early in the turn to pitching from the top of R&D, the corp is going to do that basically for every sabotage from there on out, unless something really substantial changes. Um, I like what you said about the inclusion of legwork in this kind of deck. It's really delightful how HQ multi-access interacts with sabotage, because corps can get skittish about pitching too much from the top of their deck and essentially giving up pre-R&D accesses, and then feeling like, well, perhaps I should remove something from HQ, and that's when the multi-access suddenly hits everything that they've been trying to protect. So even one legwork can do an enormous amount of work in ESSA. But it looks like pausing here on the runner side to think about what this rest of the turn is going to look like. Lots of clicks,
Yeah,
lots of options.
yeah. We see. It looked like we saw both the dirty laundry and the sugar game. It looks like actually there might be a little bit of a judge question on some things. I think they're trying to figure out how many clicks maybe there are supposed to be, and they're just walking through the turn and trying to figure that out. I think as the runner here, I feel pretty head. Something that did not happen turn one, and I kind of wonder if it can or should have was check the remote. And I get sometimes with a hand that looks quite solid, um, why why you may not want to accidentally faceplant into some damage. Um, but um, as the runner, I always like trying to make the core protect their asset that's going to generate them value and invest in that board so they don't get the flexibility that Colin might get here.
Yeah, and there is a chance that the ice protecting that Charlotte wasn't real. It could have been an Anansi or a Boto, and the corp would have only had 4 credits to res. So probably hoping that it would be a Tatu Bola or something like that. One useful thing that one can do as a runner is instead of thinking about what do I want to do on my turn, think what does the corp not want me to do? And sometimes that means making weird, unintuitive runs that don't seem to advance your board state, but as the corp, you start thinking, wow, I really don't want to res ice here. Oh no, this feels miserable. And sometimes making those kind of runs can be really productive to the overall game state, even if it looks like you're giving up something or not doing much for your own board, which might have encouraged that kind of early run. But it seems like the runner set up well enough and certainly had a lot of gas to go. Having Bankar and the sure gamble helps a lot here. So there was some kind of judge call. They had a pause on the timer and are discussing something. I'm not sure what. We'll see if we can get any word from the floor runner.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like the only thing at this point has got to be some confusion with the clicks and how to resolve it from here. Um, which is, I think, a pretty fair, discussion to have and figure out. It sounds like I can't tell if this nodding is because there's something happening. It looks like it is, and it looks like play is back on. We're clicking draw. We see that looks like a very, very nice hand. It is just money and draw. Hard to do, in this board state where nothing is being asked super challengingly of the runner. Having that kind of cash is great. We're gonna run. It's hard to tell what click this is, but run the bin here after sabotaging 6 cards. So we're gonna find out a lot. If I can tell what all these alt arts were, that would be helpful. But unfortunately, I cannot tell what the big orange balls were.
Well, I think the most indicative card here is Bran, which strongly suggests to me that this is going to be the Glacier version.
Yes,
And
that is a good catch.
we had someone in the chat very kindly pointing out that yeah, Fire RL has been playing Glacier since earlier this year. And Bran is certainly the giveaway there. I don't think that's an ice on which you're spending influence and choosing to res if your goal is to flatline the runner with punitive counterstrike.
For sure. Um, as the runner, that actually makes me want to throw this bravado with this remote even harder now, especially now that the corp is on only 10 credits. Now, Anansi could actually flatline you, so maybe you actually move the Banhar and then bravado the remote, um, or you Nuka draw and then Banhar. I think that might be the sequence I would look at. Also, one of the reasons I like Diesel over Nuka. Not in Essa. In Essa, it's obviously better, but the extra click you're losing there, I always feel, because I love playing on accelerated tempo, but you know, I'm slowly coming around to Nuka being better. It looks like the bravado is coming to the front of the hand, probably being played on this click 3. Doing some deep thinking here, trying to evaluate what's the correct way to both build their board state and then also uh, challenge the corpse in the most challenging way. It looks like just saying I'm going to sit on 15 credits and pass the turn and make you start doing things. Looks like
Yeah,
Corp is sitting at 14.
it's I find playing with and against these slower, more glacier decks to be really interesting because of how strategic it becomes. The runner at this point is having to decide, okay, they're not just making a decision here for what am I doing for this turn. They're not just thinking, well, what is the most efficient way to, access this particular card. That call on playing two sure gambles is a decision about what they think the next 4 to 5 turns are going to look like. They're saying, I think that I'm going to choose to slow down and get money. I'm going to try to, you know, not keep pressing you on the back foot, but match your pace and then expect to build an advantage that way. And we see the corpse response is defensive upgrade, ice, and the runner is going to put Banhar on R&D, basically targeting these one ice servers where possible. Um, and I'm curious if they are going to Banhar through any of this. Banhar is really scary to use into a Jinteki player who has more than 8 credits, because if you hit a non-C, it's really painful. It's really painful. It's usually 6 knife damage. Um, So we see
Yeah.
second Banbar getting trashed into core damage, which the
Yep.
runner's probably pretty happy about.
Yep. And it looks like the runner remembered their Essa draw trigger. It looks like they may have missed it, or there was discussion about whether or not they missed it on the running hot that was played a few turns ago. We got the call from the judge. It looks like so I can't tell exactly if this is Ghost Tongue or Marrow, but judging by the fact that it looks like there's more than 3 cards in hand at the end of the turn, or maybe we're still in the runner's turn, so never mind. I was about to say I think I can make a assumption that way, but maybe not yet. We might have to wait an extra click or two to find out which of these two it is. But this is, all of these S decks are very event heavy, which makes Ghost Tongue a very nice engine for them.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you, Jeff, assuming that you had taken this runner's line, that you'd kind of settled in to the slower pace, what are you expecting to be your signal to attack? Well, okay, I guess the runner's going to answer for us. It's going to be bravado on R&D. This is an interesting call. There's certainly a risk of an Ansi here, but do we see a steel skin in hand? I can't quite tell.
Yeah, there was a steel skin in hand. Yeah.
Okay. And it is a Nancy. Um, so I think if the runner has less than 6 cards, there is a chance they miss the seal skin on the first 3 net damage and just get flatlined, correct?
Yeah, I think that is true. It's hard to tell exactly. It looks like there
Oh,
might actually be 6 cards in hand, though. Um,
um, let's see.
so
This
dirty
is
laundry
basically
goes. Running a thing. So it is missed. There are 2 cards in hand. Oh, I might have miscounted, and I think that might just be the game right there.
yeah.
With the
There's the
wow,
seal skin.
that feels bad as the runner for sure.
Yeah,
Um,
I think Austin kind of seems to be reflecting on that. Um, Players are talking it out.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what the odds are for the runner here, but sometimes you just take the bad beat, or if they're having some discussion. I can't tell. Okay, yeah, no, they're just cleaning up. Yeah, okay, they saw that was a flat
Yeah, okay.
line. That is a tough one for Faceless, who is but no one's out of it yet. We're only on round 5. There's 4 more rounds to go. Um, I think the odds are better than 60-40 because it's you have to miss what 4 out of 5, 3 out of 4, and 1 out of 2. Um,
One of
but
three. Yeah, so you need to hit
yeah,
a. Let's do a little math here. Um,
yeah,
it's
yeah. So it's a
basically
60% to live line. Yeah, okay, 60% to live for the runner there. So that's
and
slightly
it could
high
not be an
risk.
Ansi. That could not be an Ansi, you know.
Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, this is something that I was just saying. Bankar, it's a very scary card to use into Jinteki because, funnily enough, if Bankar was not on the Anansi there, the runner lives because Anansi
yeah,
by itself only does 1 net damage with its natural subroutines. And it's a card that you certainly like as the corp to be putting on R&D because of its ability to order the top of the deck to prevent sort of reckless runs through it just for accesses. You're not going to bleed agendas unless you're absolutely flooded on them at the top of R&D. Um, and that's an understandable place for the Anansi to go, and just unfortunate to have picked that one and then have it line up like that. It's kind of a rough way to go out as a runner. I feel like there was still a lot of play left in that game, and I was ready to see more of a good Glacier game there.
yeah. It is a bit of a bummer. I did feel like we were going to start getting into this really interesting mid game where the corp had some limited resources, the runner had lost some tools, uh, but yeah, I mean that's how it goes. It's interesting where it's like, yeah, if the runner clicks to draw and then does that bravado play, I wonder, like, you probably still res the Anansi, but like the game just continues, and I think it ends up in an interesting spot. But this does happen sometimes. It's always a bummer when you're running into this and you just kind of like, oh, I accidentally basically net damage myself off the map. And
Yeah.
at the, I only have so much sympathy for Banhar users. But
Oh, I have sympathy for anyone who gets blown out by punishing plays like this. Netrunner can be an extremely punishing game, and that's something that comes with the territory a lot of the time. I mean, sometimes as Corp, the runner says, "Well, what if I just took 3 singles off the top or played a turn one Maker's Eye, and you see, oh, they got 5 points. Well, good for them." And sometimes as runner, you make a run like that, and it just happens to be the Anansi in the right spot. You're 1 card down, and it's a flatline. Extremely punishing of mistakes Netrunner can be. But
yeah,
I think it was good play by both players up to that point. And sometimes you just take a chance like that. I think it is very reasonable to say, well, if this works out for me, it's great. As the runner, I would be in a good position if I did that. Um, so it's sometimes you do take a coin flip. And occasionally there's this process of kind of risk management that I think is important to consider in Netrunner, especially when you're running, which is sometimes you don't want to delay all of your risk until later. You can play too safe. This was obviously a very risky line, but there's a way in which front loading risk and then resolving it, sort of bringing a chance forward into the present, and then taking it. And if it goes your way, or if you manage it and you handle it, then there's less risk later on for you to worry about. So running through there is a pretty substantial risk, given that there's 5 cards in hand. R&D is a good place for Anansi to be, and Bankar is up. But if it pans out, it is very good. The runner in that case has resolved a lot of the problems of that board state and has learned a lot of useful information. So it's an understandable play in
Yeah.
my mind.
Yeah, it's I would have really liked to have seen a slightly more aggressive line actually on the turn one there that was, install an ice, install a Charlotte and advance it. To me, that lowers the range of threats, and just knowing that that's a Tatu Bola is which presumably is what it was, actually A takes out most of the economy that Charlotte was going to give that turn, and then B just gives you some like anchor to start leveraging your board state off of. Um, and to me, that's like a good way to manage some of that risk because there's no 4 damage card in Jinteki that's going to flatline you completely on turn one. They have to be at 5 credits for the Saisentan, and it's a way for the runner to manage some of that risk at a little bit lower. And I think it's also easy to forget. It's easy to look at a hand that's got a steel skin in it in 5 cards and go, "Yeah, I'm pretty safe." Even though I think it's kind of funny if Faceless had actually been on 4 cards, they would have had a better chance of surviving the Anansi hit there, which is just a fun little unintuitive bit.
Yeah, or if they'd been on 3, it would have. Oh, it's only 2 though. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the a different card.
Yep.
But if they had,
Yep.
or if Anansi's damage was the other way around, if it was 3 damage into ones, then it's a guaranteed save.
Yeah.
Which is it's a pretty fascinating subtlety of how damage gets dealt sometimes. I know that back in the day there were questions about, or so I've had worse, which was an old FFG card that functioned a lot like Steelskin, into double. What was the end of the line called? Was it Scorched Earth?
Yes, it was Scorched Earth.
Yeah. So double Scorch with playing around with I've had worse. It had very similar math to this kind of situation, where you wanted what if you had 5 cards and then you would count on hitting the I've had worse and you'd be okay afterwards. But there was that 1 in 5 that they miss it. Um, Sort of a similar thing here, where the apportionment of damage and actually having slightly fewer cards in hand have a big effect on things.
Yeah. But, well, I think it is a bit of a bummer because that was looking like it was going to be an interesting game where 2 players had like they're very, it's like their own understanding of the tempo of the match, and it was going to be interesting to see how that bore out and evolved. But I think that's not the last of Ag Infusion we're going to see. The deck is doing pretty well in the standings. Both a Brick and Sokka are undefeated on it. Fire RL now goes to 3-0 on it, undefeated as well. Jinteki is doing very, very well looking at these stats. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 undefeated Jintekis. All undefeated, and those are all in the top half with 6 points or more. So, I think for Jinteki lovers, there's going to be a lot of people out there with stuff to enjoy.
Yeah, reports of Jinteki's demise may be greatly exaggerated. What would you attribute that to? Do you think this is obviously there's some amount of statistical aberration that goes on, like these, as we said at round 3, round 4 results aren't representative of everything. We're just looking at a little snapshot. But do you think that it's a matter of damage being fairly effective into Banhar? I know that that is one thing that people have talked about in Jinteki's favor, is you can really sort of turn that Banhar advantage back against the runner by saying, oh, you don't actually want to be taking this much net damage.
Yeah, I think it ends up being that Jinteki's ice is just really, really well positioned at the moment. So it's in general, if you're playing Ag Infusion, you have a lot of advantages against a deck that needs to run every turn, like World Tree Arasana. You then also get to play a fairly fast tempo game because you have both Rashida, and then also Charlotte to keep your like pace moving, so you don't just like auto lose to like a do nothing lat that just installs their entire rig of turbine and like has 40 credits. Um, and then you have you have Anansi, Vampira Nasa, Saisentan, Anemone, this fork game plan that I keep mentioning. Um, like and then you can splash brands. You have Tatu Bolas and Bodos providing like a lot of good in faction options that are like Tatu Bola being an in faction economy and gear check card is just fantastic. Gives you a lot of flexibility. So I think it's like Jinteki has ended up in this place where nothing breaks their ice super efficiently. It's hard to break even with even with turbine rigs, it often can cost the runner like 3 to 5 credits to break some of this ice until like the deep late game or like the double turbine late games.
No, we
Um,
don't want to think about those.
and the net damage like is dissuading a lot of people from kind of making like against HB. People are learning that like, oh, I just need to let a gatekeeper fire, and maybe I need to let one drafter fire per game. But like you can win some tempo in the if you play your cards correctly. But against Shinteki, it's often a little bit more challenging to be like, I'm going to lose cards from my hand, and that can have like significant costs. Um,
Yeah,
so
for
yeah.
sure. Well, I'll look forward to
All right.
seeing what we get up to next.
Yeah, I think next. I look forward to seeing what next round looks like as the standings start to kind of coalesce into, a little bit more meaningful results. We're still at the space where, mathematically there basically has to be someone undefeated. Round six, we'll maybe get to see depending on who it is. We'll maybe get to see a match for top of Swiss going into round six. But I think maybe we'll hit a little break, get some water. We've got 4 more rounds of Netrunner ahead of us. And thank you everyone for tuning in. Huge shout outs to both Whiteblade and Cinderin for setting up this setup and running these comms remotely. And huge shout outs as well to Peter. It's been a lot of fun going through these rounds with you.
Thank you. You too. I'm looking forward to the next 5. See at 19th, and then OB and outfit lists are not doing so hot themselves. It looks like
Nope.
a
All
bummer
right.
for White.
Well, it looks like we're gonna get to see Sokka and Fire RL face it
Oh
off.
boy.
Ag Infusion versus Hoshiko. So this should be a. I think hopefully we won't get any early flat lines on this one.
Yeah, the 2022 throwback.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
Um,
certainly with how this
so
matchup feels.
Sokka has the wrong deck out, but hopefully they'll get that sorted out pretty shortly.
Just
Um,
loves playing lad, I guess.
just loves playing
Oh,
lat.
they might be pausing him right now. There he goes. They're telling him. They're telling him.
uh, Yeah, I mean, presumably one of the two they'll have both read it, and they'll get that sorted out. But how do you feel about Hoshiko, Peter? I feel like it's been a while since we've done a little check-in, and Hoshiko is in a different situation maybe than she's been in for actually quite a while.
I
So
know. I feel like Hoshiko. It's so hard for me to extricate the current state of Hoshiko from what Hoshiko was for a good 24 months before that, before the DreamNet ban, really, where Hoshiko was just this overwhelming package of value and draw that just could keep running and keep drawing cards and never really ran out of gas. And I feel like Hoshiko now, the whole Anarch collection, um, is still pretty valuable. But Hoshiko really needs to rely on a few more staple cards and doesn't have as many tricks as, say, um, Shaper in order to play around with what's on the board. The big thing that I think is challenging for Hoshiko um, is, in my mind, going to be finding breakers. Criminal still has mutual favor, um, and in this matchup in particular, I'm talking about finding breakers. because it's Glacier and it's Ag Infusion, and we've seen exactly what an Anansi can do if you run around with Banghar recklessly, assuming that it's going to keep you relatively economically efficient, breaking through early ice. Um, so I think I don't really know what to make of Hoshiko these days. I assume that it's the same that it always has been. Like that's still my feeling that it's still about playing value. It's still about playing basically good, honest netrunner. Um, but how that looks exactly when you don't have the same presumption of economic dominance across the entire runner field, I'm not really sure. So this is going to be one of my first games seeing a kind of modern Hoshiko against a full Glacier deck, and I'm very curious to see how it's going to pan out as a result. What are your thoughts on
Yeah,
Hoshiko?
I'll be really interested to see. I think it's it's there's this funny thing where I think playing Hoshiko right now feels like it's you've got a little bit of a blank canvas of like how do I want to construct what can I pull out of the Anarch card pool that is high value right now. Um, there's kind of the like I'm going to call it the Ashniko build. I forget exact. I don't know how to say that out loud. I guess that is just Hoshiko and like Ashen, and then like uses Ashen and just rips through its deck for value, and usually plays like Maw as its sort of like win condition per se. Um, but there's like some other stuff that people are experimenting with that's kind of more like value or less value oriented and more like let's lean on like us my goodness on the crew to like do some ice destruction and then use like Amakua and patchwork to kind of like sprint through your deck in some efficiency. A lot of Anarch right now is kind of centered around the price and getting good hits off the price and making sure your deck can leverage the price. So I think I would not be surprised to see that. It looks like there was maybe a click one diesel into a sure gamble here, but it's a little. I could not quite tell what the first card was, but I feel like I saw a draw three.
Yeah,
Um,
it must have been Diesel. I'm not sure. What else is drawing you 3 for 0? And is that what is that coming down there? Is that Cleaver?
yeah, that's a cleaver. I believe that was from Worlds last year from one of the side events. I think Startup. I actually like it's one of my kind of favorites. I think we're mid resolving a Syson's Ton run on
Oh
a
no!
remote.
Oh
Sokka's got to make a call. If he calls it right, he can win the game on the spot.
God!
Um,
Oh
it is hard to make the call here. Um, and also, if there's a steel skin, this run ends up being pretty safe. So,
yeah. If there's a steel skin in here, this run ends up drawing the runner cards. I think. Um, but I think you probably still name event on. Well, if you name event and you hit steel skin, you just can't kill the runner, right?
yeah, it's tricky. I think you probably do end up naming event. Oh, and we hit a steel skin immediately. So Sokka's going to get a free net damage here, but then has two more damage to resolve after that. But now there's enough damage in hand that Fire RL is not going anywhere. We don't end the game on turn one. That would be a real bummer. A Carmen going down is a big deal. So Carmen actually suggests a very kind of reg style deck. Oh, as I say that, a crew also gets hit, so maybe not. We're looking at some kind of some real attempt to disrupt the corp here. It is Rashida that is going to be trashed.
Yeah.
Um, and then we'll see. Hopefully, Colin remembers his draw three here. It looks like he does. Fantastic. You always love to see runners hit all their triggers. And Hoshiko gets flipped, though I didn't see the two credits get added to the pool.
He definitely put him in there. He was
Okay,
uh,
cool.
at 5 and then went up to 9 with the two from or the money from raindrops.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Jed, that's a cleaver on the remote or installed. It looks like there was a Carmen in the bin, but also maybe another Carmen in hand. And Carmen does actually match up very nicely into Seisenton. It's obviously expensive to get down, but then you just get to go past it for three, which is not too bad.
It's
Um,
definitely another Carmen in hand. And there's subliminal messaging, a beloved card by both Sokka and myself. Definitely one he's going to need to drag himself out of this sort of economic hole of raising that Saisentan. But the subliminal is going to place some kind of interesting pressure here, I think, on Hoshiko because with how poor the corp is at the moment, Hoshiko is going to want to run consistently to keep the subliminal off. But running is going to keep the ID triggering, which means consistently drawing cards, consistently putting stuff on the deck, and might sort of nudge the runner into being more aggressive than they actually want to be. Well, there's Baya Bands coming down.
Yeah, buy a band. I feel like this deck runs enough stuff that it like to make money. And we see the Carmen coming down. This is a very nice Carmen. Comes down for 2 credits off of because it's normally would come down for 3 off, but buy a band reduces it by 1. And Fire RL snatches a Nisei Mark II. And honestly, this is a great start for Hoshiko. We see a twinning in hand as well. This is like this is a fantastic start if you're playing this Hoshiko. And you know, chat was saying, oh, maybe this matchup is slightly favored for, or it was Hoshiko favored. It depends on, with the Carmen, it depends on are we on turbines or not. But we're just going for some aggressive pulls. There was a sprint played earlier, so I wonder if there's actually that likely to be a second agenda in HQ here. But I think just making sure Colin or Fire Isle just making sure he's staying up on money, which makes some
Yeah.
sense.
This is definitely a rough opening. I think the Saisentan res makes a fair amount of sense. You don't just want to let the Rashida go for nothing, and if your opponent doesn't have steel skins, there is a chance to kill there. Um, but no subliminal money may just need to be clicking up here. I think I saw a hedge fund in Sokka's hand. Um,
Yeah, I can't tell. Oh, that's probably a Banhar. I was like, what card has a bird on it? Because that's not going to be an Amelia. And I'm like, oh, obviously it's a Banhar, which people often are associating with the bird on the art, which is great.
and let's
Um,
draw for Sokka, which is a terrifying thing to have happen, honestly. If
mm,
he's drawing here, that's usually an indication of danger. It means there's no ice he feels comfortable installing. It means he doesn't feel comfortable clicking for credits. He's looking for some cards to get him out of the situation. Put something behind that. It takes $1.
yep. Yep, it
So
looked like it was probably a Rashida, but yeah, as the wondering, you decide I can get in there for 3. Am I supposed to, or am I supposed to let this go? And that is like a line you have to figure out. But when the corp's clicking to draw, like often that means they've got nothing. But as the runner, you don't have that much gas here.
yeah, Sokka also very much prides himself and is successful on being difficult to read across the table and generally inclined to focus a lot on the table psychology and bluffing elements of the game. So I occasionally players will make plays where you can tell, oh, they're obviously in distress. I can sort of run this. You pick up a lot sort of looking at someone's face. Um, Probably a little bit more difficult to read Sokka at this time. Checks the
Mm-hmm.
top, puts it back. And is just using these raindrops to draw cards or to gain credits, which I think is a pretty reasonable way to apply them in this matchup, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think you're not expecting against Shinteki that you're going to let a lot of subroutines fire. You're just kind of trading cards for cards there. Um, I thought I maybe saw Liberated, which does feel like a card you kind of want here. I feel like as Hoshiko, you can maybe let a Rashida go here. It's probably not something you're thrilled about, but it looks like we're just taking 3, so there's presumably not a Liberated then, because that would be better. Rashida fires, and Sokka gets to see if he can dig himself out of this hole. Obviously, like because that's a Rashida, like it feels like, oh man, Fire RL could have gone and trashed it for basically 4 credits. But that play is less good if it's like a spin doctor in that remote instead. Or, even just something like a Biovault where it's like, oh, are you gonna pay an additional are you gonna spend all 5 of your credits to trash an unadvanced Biovault? That seems kind of subpar for you as the runner.
Yeah, and it would have involved clicking for a credit at the start and potentially 2 in order to play a raindrops for that run. So I understand choosing not to run the remote there, even if it seems like it might be Rashida. Sometimes you just play the odds and you say, my opponent didn't seem like they were happy with their opening hand. Um, so I'll just assume it's not Rashida, and it is. It's fine. Sokka getting money back up, playing a hedge fund,
Yeah,
and
building
building
the
a
second
remote for
remote is quite interesting here. It gives him a lot of optionality because now he can boop into the from that remote into the Seisentan, but he probably wanted to preserve his credit pool so that he wasn't actually you know, having to pay the one extra there, which does imply that his credits are pretty tight, and that might give Fire RL a window to try and make some aggressive plays. What do you feel like those your plan for the runner here might be without knowing the hand, obviously, which makes a big difference. But
Yeah, without knowing the hand, now that Sokka has got back up on money, I think it's a lot less important to keep that subliminal down. If Sokka was demonstrating that he was consistently clicking for credits, you would. But I that said, I think dirty laundry into R&D. Keep applying pressure, saying, "Hey, you're going to have to ice the server at some point. It's going to get worse and worse for you." And here pokes R&D, and
yep,
is that
threw
that
down a
was a
maw
maw
to get
himself,
the
yeah,
yeah
which makes those central runs all the more powerful.
yeah yeah. It is a little tough for Sokka being like this early in the setup, and runner has what is this 14, 15 credits worth of stuff on the board and 5 credits. But Sokka is sitting here at, I think, 12, which does, give him some real flexibility. It was Rashida on top that Fire RL chose not to trash to get the Maw trigger, um, which is, fine. I thought he also ran HQ, but I may have mixed that up with a different turn here.
He
So
did. He ran R&D, got the maw trash, and then ran HQ. Saw border control off of that.
okay,
Sokka going for the big installs, committing 3 credits to put 2 more pieces of ice on his remote and putting another card in there, which we would assume here is the Rashida on top of some kind of defensive upgrade. Um,
yeah,
just leaving his centrals open, almost certainly going to get mod again. Um, but at the same time, seems fairly likely to get off what's in that remote. So this is definitely the more aggressive line from Ag Infusion. And I'm curious if this is Sokka saying that strategically it's right to keep up this kind of pace. I know that previous Glacier decks that he's played, he's sometimes identified matchups where um, you just need to ice like this in order to put pressure on the runner because their game in the late game is so powerful. Or if this is more a tactical decision just based on playing the hand that was drawn. From the runner, it looks like
yeah.
was that a price?
That was a moshing, hitting a,
Mosh.
a steel skin, a maw, and a cleaver from hand. So basically all redundant cards or value hits. Um, I think that was click 2 though. So it is going to be tough to contest this remote here. Uh, with both the potential for a boop, we know there's border controls in this Ag Infusion list. I feel like as the runner, like I see that there's a twinning in hand, and like if the board's set up like this, as the runner, I am not as worried about trying to like contest this remote. If I can just get this twinning going, I can just try and win off of blocking R&D. Um,
And that looked like a pinhole
but
threading, I think.
yes, that was a pinhole threading. It looks like we have a companion down the board. My guess is that is Mystic, but I'm going to be honest, I don't know from sight. That is a Narwhal. Oh, you know what? I actually have that altar in the back corner. I could probably find. I can. Well, you know what? I will Google search for it instead. While you. But I'm pretty sure that's Keiko. Uh,
Okay, it looks like Sokka might be clicking to draw turn 1.
oh, it's a Mystic. What did I say? I don't know what I said. It's not a Keiko.
I
It's a
think he said
Mystic. That's
Keiko,
what.
which it certainly wasn't, given there's a maw on the board.
Yep.
But
I in my head I was saying Mystic and I was not actually saying Mystic. Yeah, that is very clearly the Mystic. Thank you, Sam, for catching me on that as well. Hmm.
okay, long pause here for the corp.
Yeah, I mean this is despite firing 2 Rashidas, I think I would rather be on the runner side here.
Oh,
So Sokka's
absolutely.
got to start. Sokka's got to start doing some real heavy lifting. I think.
One thing that's important to keep in mind with Glacier, and especially with Ag Infusion, is that a lot of the game is about making these sort of very careful and contextual decisions about ice placement. Um, you need to place ice in particular locations to defend against what the runner is doing in the early game, but at the same time, you're very picky about where your ice is going to be 10 turns from when you install it. And Sokka, we don't know exactly what that remote looks like, but currently this isn't necessarily your ideal ice setup as a corp. You probably want the boop ice to be on a central server somewhere, maybe on archives, and you probably want one of your other centrals iced up, especially with Maul running around. And sticks another card in the remote server, passes the turn back.
Yeah. So Hushiko steals another dollar, but now we have Mystic having a dollar on it. I would wonder if we can see if Fire RL can do some sequence of play where he can get a twinning down and fire off that credit this turn. Though it's going to be difficult with it, with the way the credit pool is standing right now, and I think two raindrops already in the bin makes it a little bit tricky.
Yeah, the you'd usually expect runners to be a little higher on credits coming into the mid game here, and we only see Hoshiko on 4 after it looks like a is that a click for credit into install twinning into buy bands? There we go.
Yeah,
Um, and
I'm
and yeah,
gonna
usually
guess this is on R&D, but
I would think so. Um, Given Sokka's propensity to draw here and only seeing one agenda out, you might target HQ and just see two. Um,
ooh, and we see a leech
Leech.
coming down, which it's one of those cards where I'm kind of surprised this doesn't see more play, because it just does a lot. Everyone's super high on Turbine, but it's like, having a little bit of extra flexibility can often be uh you don't need Turbine for every single ice, but sometimes you need a little bit more than Turbine. And so this leech might help Fire Rail kind of press that hill that sometimes the reg decks can struggle with. And the second Nisei Mark II also sniped off the top of the deck there. Definitely feels good as the Hoshiko to be a 4-0 on this kind of small of a board state for Ag Infusion.
See Lacosta Res put an advancement counter on the card that was installed. Not sure Sokka is going to look necessarily to triple advances here, assuming that it's another 4-2. That would be extremely painful, dropping down to 3 credits, which isn't enough to defend the remote, and it means another turn of bleeding on centrals. Um, the ideal thing here is basically hedge ice ice, I would think, but probably isn't holding that in hand.
Yeah, I would assume no hedges. We do see some ice in hand, so I would definitely I would wonder about uh, just
It's an
installing
off
some
roll.
ice and clicking for credits, but an off-world to score, so making some money back, um, and but leaving centrals wide open, which can be a challenge. So we'll have to see if IRL has an event that he can play and leverage that into more twinnings accesses on centrals. Probably
Yeah.
R&D is still the play, but we'll have to see.
Off-roll definitely preferable here to just clicking for credits. There's a universe in which one can try to squeeze just a little bit of value out of the Lacosta by waiting another turn before scoring the off-world. But Sokka making the determination that's just not worth it. Just score the agenda now.
And it looks like FireL took the turn off, clicked for 3 credits, and then played a sure gamble to go all the way up to 9 and charge up the twinning. I think it's pretty reasonable to say you're up 4-2. You could probably take some time. The rough situation for you is like Sokka's been holding a bacterial in hand the whole game, and gets to draw the Spin Doctor drawing here. Uh, does maybe give Sokka a window to try and push this out before R&D gets locked up.
Yeah, notably taking the turn off there for the runner. It's there's a little value determination there of staying on tempo to get the gamble out just at the last click and clicking for credits to get up there, but also giving subliminal back and giving up a mod trigger, because a run on R&D or HQ there would get another trash out of hand. How much that exactly is worth, it's hard to say, but this is a little bit more staying in the groove and keeping pace with what Sokka is doing, as opposed to giving up speed in order to fight the value battle. Looks like the runner's
Yeah,
going to
I
take
think
a more cards.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to have taken that turn off just because if you try that run on a central, like you're not going to be able to charge the twinning, I would imagine, that turn without playing the sure gamble. So you're just trying to choose which of those two triggers. And it's like, do I value the maw or the twinning trigger more? Well, if one of them also lets me get up to 9 credits, that's probably like, on balance, I'd probably rather have the path that let me get to more money because this game's
Yeah.
probably not going to end on the spot unless you got very lucky on the twinning, and there's not a need for Fire RL to be lucky immediately. And we're
Yep.
seeing, but Sokka's resolving his turn. Looks like a subliminal into a Hansei review. So getting a lot of cash, which is definitely nice for Act Infusion, which tends to want to res quite a bit of ice. And we've got a click left because there was click one install Spin Doctor, I believe. Um, so I would not be shocked to see an ice land on R&D here just to start making life challenging. It looks like actually I might have missed a click in there, and we're on to runner's turn.
Yeah, the other big thing about taking that turn off is getting the Hoshiko triggers back in line. If Hoshiko is really going to play the accounting game, then she wants to be flipping down and up every other turn. And continuing to run just doesn't have quite the same payoff if you're not on DreamNet. But
Yeah.
here we see, I'm not sure what those installs on the left were, or that install on the
So
left.
that's a DJ on the
DJ,
far
okay.
on the top there. Yeah. So probably going to get back two running hots if I had to make a guess here. But I could also, I guess, two diesels. But I feel like the running hot is nice for also triggering the Mystic. But it looks like we're going to grab two gambles. Totally reasonable as well. I just like the
Yep.
running hot for being on tempo. So Fire Isle is choosing to see two cards out of HQ here, and so we'll probably have to do the ever famous mid access resolving of a Maw. Um, let's see what goes down. The Anansi goes down off the Maw. I don't think you hate that, even though the Anansi's probably not getting rezzed. And we're seeing a Lacosta at the far corner.
Yeah, and I would be surprised if the runner opts to trash that. That's, yeah, just
Yeah.
leaves it in there. Maybe it eats some auto trigger in the future, but it's certainly not doing anything for soccer right now. Basically a dead card.
Yep. I was honestly a little surprised to see the twinning used on HQ there that turn. I feel like, from Sokka's board state, you could avoid playing the Hansei review most likely if you actually drew an agenda because that remote really is still safe, even when the runner was at 9 credits. There's just like even just like a thimble ring just ends the day kind of thing. Um, so I feel
Yeah,
like agendas had to be in R&D there rather than HQ.
and we figure the runner here is probably on Buzzsaw to go with the leech.
I think so. I think we might even have caught a quick flash of it in hand, but yeah, this is almost certainly Cleaver, Buzzsaw, and then Carmen, which is a little bit of an old school pick. A lot of these decks have been playing Echelon, but I actually think the Carmen's a great pick into this field that's so heavy on Rush and Techie, because it's just a lot more robust kind of in the early parts of the game that can matter a lot.
It also works pretty well if you manage to get it down with leech against Drafter, because you only need the one leech counter to get Carmen up to strength. Um, and it breaks pretty well naturally into Anansi without the leech. So it has pretty good numerical matchups into a fair number of things. It's just a little awkward if you're boosting into something that's strength 4 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Sokka putting another card in the remote on top of the Lacosta, and then holding a card in hand, maybe for an install. Unsure where it's going to go. But runner's in a very good position right now, very dominating. Most breakers out, has the console, has several key resources, twinning ready to go, a support piece in the leech, and still looking at open servers. Well, there's Ice on R&D. That's closing down one of them a little bit.
Yep, there is a Banhar on the table, so it's pretty hard. And it looks like, yeah, we do see it looks like even two buzzsaws in hand, which actually might be more annoying than having just the one buzzsaw in hand, because now one of them probably does have to be installed in case there's some incoming net damage.
Yep.
Looks like we're gonna chop at HQ, probably getting the DJ trigger here. Seems like a pretty valuable to like make some cash, probably get a maw trigger. We're gonna show two raindrops cut stone and start progressing forward here. Bran, we're gonna roll for the maw. All right, so I guess Peter, what do you feel like is Sokka's route in this game at the moment?
Um, I think at this point he can't play a rush out game. Um, I think there's going to be a lot of gritted teeth if he's going to make it through this one.
Hmm.
I definitely think that he wants to be consistently putting things in the remote just because he needs to if he's going to score on tempo. But I suspect that the winning line here involves some kind of bio vault to take advantage of that Lacosta to build up some sort of defensive option that helps him protect his centrals um, and get HQ iced up. I think that's probably his next big step.
Yep. So I'm not sure where this raindrops cut stone is going to. H or R&D makes sense to me, and we're seeing another Seisenton res here. Not too bad for the runner to break. They basically come out even on this, which seems, okay. They might be playing a game of what to name, and then if Sokka names a type that's not particularly prolific, taking some damage to basically just cycle cards in hand, which looks like it's exactly what's happening here. Um,
It's
I
the
think
second
Sokka
round.
may have named event. Yep, that's a Trickster Taka, and that is a Octoceras crew. Second one we've seen hit the bin, I believe. Three counters on Raindrops Cut Stone. Then we're going to see three cards off of R&D and hope for no snares. I don't feel like Sokka's a big snare player.
Almost
Ma's
certainly
already,
not.
yeah, Ma has already resolved. We're on to card number 2 now. Um, I'm gonna trash a Spin Doctor. I think that's pretty reasonable here. Card number 3 is a miss. Gain 3 credits, draw 3 cards, and there's still 1 click left here for the runner. Doesn't feel too bad as an exchange for 5 credits. Basically, get to cycle out cards there. Um,
Yeah, and this is a pretty rough position for Sokka because this ice is just only going to do so much. A lot of it is going to start coming down for about 3 credits, and that's at a break point where the runner can pretty consistently hit a central server until there's multiple ice around, or hit a central server every turn until there's multiple ice around, or the corp commits to using Ag Infusion to boot for an additional tax. But then that start costing installs and cards on the corp's part.
yeah, it looks like last click is run archives. See the 2 face downs. No Spin Doctor pop until after the run finishes, which I actually like quite a bit, just to try and break the R&D lock. That's Sokka. That's a big tool for Sokka to get out of this. Is breaking that R&D lock so that he can hopefully find an agenda before Hoshiko does.
Yeah, definitely looking to score the last Nisei Mark II. That would be a big get. Um, or I'm not sure what else is going to be in that agenda suite. Sokka's money isn't too bad right now at 11 credits, and Lacosta helps smooth that over a little bit. Um, that Seisenton on the empty remote actually looking a little bit more appealing now because the boop doesn't need to send the runner anywhere important. Sometimes, occasionally, you'll boop a runner into, and when I say boop, I mean using the Ag Infusion ability, boop a runner into either HQ or R&D, and the runner will just say, all right, I'll keep going. I have the twinning. It doesn't care where I started the run. It just cares where I end it. Um, and that can sometimes be a problem. They just end up making a good run regardless of you sending them through another piece of ice. But that remote, completely empty, utterly pointless, perfect place for the runner to be going.
Yeah, it is like it's not ideal to have spent 5 money or 5 credits on a now empty remote, but I do think it's pretty nice. It has some nice upside in that you have a completely free you have that low free boop or low cost boop basically.
Yeah, and the runner hasn't really breached more than about 12 or 13 credits over the course of this game. but also hasn't really needed to. And one thing that becomes pretty powerful about Buzzsaw, Cleaver, and Leech is that you don't need that much money to break, which then in turn makes the money that you're getting from Taka, or in this case Mamie, sometimes Paladin, and especially the basic click for a credit action in your Hoshiko identity go that much farther. So efficient breakers end up being a lot more effective in this kind of matchup than other cards that would gain you superficially a lot more money.
Yeah, these breakers end up serving as functional economy cards in your list, which is quite nice. It's also like there's a world here where, it's not optimal, but you can, if you have an event, especially like a run event or something, uh, if you just run, run R&D, see a card, click for 3 credits, you're actually kind of keeping the game, that isn't a good line, but it's like a almost winning line for the runner here. Um,
Yep.
which I think shows how powerful this runner board state is. But it looks like we're going to run HQ. There's probably nothing in hand, but we're going to put 2 crews on the table with 2 leeches running. Any large ice that Sokka runs, reses, can be just deleted after the on and counter effects resolve. Uh,
Yeah, very strong indeed. And that is a big motivation to shore up those central servers because you cannot be letting the runner convert even a couple credits into an equivalent number of leech counters, given what those leeches start to do in combination with Awasera's crew.
yep, so we're resolving Maw on HQ again. Face down goes in. Um, I'm definitely tempted here as the runner to just try and see 2 on R&D. Doesn't really cost much. As I was saying before, you could even actually, I guess, get the crew down and just blow up the Sycenton, so it becomes, you pay 4, but you only pay it the one time. That might actually be good enough. See that
Yep.
being a real line here for Fire RL.
Yeah, the great thing about twinning here is so long as Fire RL is playing a card that allows the twinning to trigger by spending credits off of something, the runner only really needs to run R&D every other turn or so, maybe even every third turn in order to maintain lock unless Sokka decides to draw. And that becomes a real weakness for these sort of Glacier decks, especially ones that have been shuffling things back, like with Sprint or Spin Doctor. We go through the first ice. It's a border control. Presumably just going to cleave that rather than take 2 damage to Bangar. Yep, it's a credit.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a little surprised that crew did not come down here. It seemed like a real possibility. But this is actually a great server for Sokka now. Bran is, even with the leeches going, it is annoying for Fire L to break. And, there's a lot of, soft end the run. There's a lot of possibilities to end the run here. This Tatu Bola res almost makes me as the runner want to just let it end the run because we know it's not going to be a Rashida and we're letting the server kind of reset a little bit. And the server is the border control is probably going to get fired. And maybe you're just kind of baking in yeah, I need to get the border control to actually trigger. But it also okay, we see instead an Anoetic Void with an advancement on it. So it looks like Sokka's down to 3 credits if I'm reading that board state correctly.
Yep, he would go down to 1 to res, gain 4 when he picks up Tatu Bola, and then loses 2 more to fire the Anoetic Void. And notably,
Yeah.
using the Void there instead of the border control to preserve the future defense of Bran from Banhar.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like last click a strike fund is played, um, which does not charge the twinning because I think a dirty laundry was played earlier in the turn. It's going to be a mandatory draw. And now Sokka is taking a think. Does he spend his last 3 credits opening up kind of, the tricky thing here is if Sokka does score out what is presumably an agenda in here, he's basically giving up Centrals entirely, right?
Yeah.
Um, and that is a big liability with the Hoshiko built up in this way, especially if he drew an agenda, which it looked like he may have, though it's a little bit hard for me to tell. Clicking to draw definitely suggests that Sokka knows that he can't actually push this forward but it is like this remote is actually not super secure, despite having effectively three different end the run effects with border control, the boop, and the anoetic void. On only 3 credits, Sokka's ability to leverage all those is a little bit limited.
Yeah, and this is the really uncomfortable position now where the drip value that Sokka is getting from basically trading a turn with the runner is a lot lower than what the runner gets here. Um, so the Corp is getting essentially the Lacosta advancement counter, which is a click and a credit. And the runner is getting probably a DJ trigger, another potential twinning counter, a Mamie counter, Law, and Hoshiko triggers as well. So the turnover turn value just on a trade of turns here, which is sort of what Sokka committed to, is really not that great for Corp, unfortunately. And as you say, this server very well protected superficially, but there's a world in which the runner can click for 3 credits, run through it, and say, "All right, pop your void, pop border control, and just slowly crack it down." I don't think that's the necessary line. Instead, it's going to be pinhole threading to take out the analytic void, much cleaner. Um, and that's that's just a dark place to be as the runner or as the corp at this point.
Yeah, especially with this crew coming down, it definitely seems like Sokka's got some tough choices. He actually might have to use the border control. Like, it's tricky. I mean, it's like, do you use the border control or do you let the crew eat the border control here? Um,
Mm-hmm.
it's the runner sort of spent a click, so maybe that's the best you were going to get out of the border control. I don't think the leech is on enough counters to sink the brand all in one go. That might actually be what I would prioritize here as the runner over trashing the border control is the ice that's actually taxing my resources out.
Yeah,
Um,
there's 2 leeches out there if I'm looking correctly. Um,
yeah, it looks like there one of them is on one counter, and he may have just spent the counter on the other. Uh,
and it's going
so
to kill the
only
border control.
yeah. Um, Now we're approaching the brand, but there's not actually that much. There's no real path for FireRL to break this brand here because of how much he had to spend on that crew. So I wonder if he made a slight miscalculation or if he missed the leech triggers on the pinhole run. I actually wonder if he
I
was
did,
supposed to
yeah.
if he was supposed to like pinhole HQ to get the Steve trigger and still deal with the void. Um,
Was that not the line? I thought I would have assumed that pinhole was through HQ for the Steve and the 2 leech.
I didn't see a Steve trigger. I don't remember if I saw the leech trigger or not. Um,
Yeah, it's one of those things where in person, when you shortcut those actions, it can be easy to forget about a lot of triggers that if you walk through it step by step, you would remember. Well, here's an HQ run, it looks like. Um, and it looks like fishing out something for Steve.
yeah, it does look like
Let's think
we're
about it.
we. It looks like maybe a bounce after the brand. After I think realizing the math didn't work out that way, and then uh, grabbing this. I almost wonder. Oh, I guess we've got credits on this. We're seeing cards in HQ. I guess because there was a draw that actually does seem somewhat. That makes some sense. So that is a Charlotte that is probably going to stay because it's not presenting a ton of threat. Um, and we're just going to resolve it. Second card goes, and then we're going to see the other two out of hand here because twinning will see the rest of them. And Hansei and a second Charlotte. Um, and then time is going to pass over, it looks like. Um,
Yeah, I wonder where we're at on time because, as someone has also mentioned in the chat, if that's a 5-3 in the remote that Sokka slow cooked with the Lacosta, um, he could win on points on time here.
Yeah, it's that is true. I think the runner would have chances to Hail Mary off of R&D, and I think have okay odds. Um, but yeah, it's been interesting how the runner has definitely been prioritizing the HQ pressure over the R&D pressure. Looks like we've got under a minute left. I do actually think Sokka's probably going to take his turn in enough time, though I don't know that it benefits him that much. And we do see actually a 5-3 scored here. Resolving the bacterial actually is great for Sokka here, provided he he can just put the agendas too far down to be seen, and that's probably enough for him to win the game, um, which is a great result for him.
Yep, and
Yeah.
this was that this was that gritting to the teeth I was talking about. When you get into a glacier situation like this, where you have a rough early opening, you kind of just need to bleed a little bit on centrals. It's gonna hurt, and you have to hope that you don't give up too much in the process. You'll push out slowly for the scores that you can get. Notice he didn't double advance that back throw on the install. He got two Lacosta triggers out of it. Um, and then just sort of tap your deck, tap the table, and trust that things are going to hold out. And they have. I think that it's the sort of tricky situation of this board with Ag Infusion plus all the end the run effects has made it a little harder than I think Hoshiko would like to get into some of these servers, mainly the big scoring one with Lacosta.
Yeah, it's it's interesting. Like I have, it is. I think short of the Maw trigger last turn being an agenda, I think Fire RL is just not really doesn't actually have much outs because Bacterial just lets the top of R&D be safe, so HQ is almost certainly clean. It is, Sokka found the angle and has grounded out. I think FireL had some real windows. I think if this game was to go to 7 points, I would still take FireL's position pretty heavily here.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
I feel like also both players played at a fairly reasonable pace this game. It's just sort of these matchups can be tricky, and Hoshiko has a ton of triggers that take time to upkeep and maintain. And like we're seeing leech counters get missed, with some frequency and stuff. It's just challenging.
Yeah,
Um,
and resolving the randomness on this Maw always takes time. There's a fair amount of maintenance here that takes up game time, but these players have both played at a very reasonable pace. Um,
yeah, and Archives is clean, so Sokka's going to take it on time.
Very well played. Very well played. You see an opening like that, and he works it out.
Yeah. No, I mean
But
that's
also,
it's a great, and also the positioning of the ice on the remote I think was like it shows how important that is for the style of deck. Where yeah, that sequencing mattered a lot and made a huge impact on how the game played out.
yeah, that one of those situations where, like I was saying, these glacier decks comes down a lot to thinking about 10 turns ahead to where your ice needs to be. He needs the Tatu Bola on the inside so that he can force the run through the Bran and threaten the kick away with Ag Infusion after getting through the Tatu Bola once. He has the border control on the outside to make sure that Bran must actually be broken. Um, and just makes a really nasty little server here with 3 ice plus Ag Infusion. Um, Very effective puzzle for the runner, and FireL played a great game, had a lot of good central pressure, and the Maw triggers and the central accesses just didn't turn up those agendas in the end.
Yep. Yeah. There were a lot of accesses, and they did just not quite land the way the runner needed them to. But honestly, a well played game by both players, and hopefully we'll see them both make day two. I think it's still in the cards for both of them. Uh, nothing is too decisive. I think this was a bit rough for FireRL that he's taken two losses on the Soshiko now. I think, but you know, still two losses is plenty in it with only this only 3 rounds to go. I think that should be still cleanly in contention. So
Yeah,
and
build a bit of a
Sokka setting himself up to be probably 1 or 2 wins away from being able to ID into the day two. It's going to be a top 8, I've heard, which does make this actually a pretty contested field. So it should be interesting to see. Might actually have to be played out for quite a while. Uh, but yeah,
yeah.
I'm going to take a break and let Sam come in for the next round, and then I'll be back after having eaten some dinner and resting my throat a little bit. And yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. Thanks Peter for holding down the fort, and I'll see y'all in a bit.
Yeah, we'll see you around, and I will be back next round. Catch y'all later. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Jeff, aka Sengren, is taking a dinner break, and so I am now joined by Sam. Say hi.
Hey everyone, this is Sam slash Radiant. I'm one of the co-TOs with Eric. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it this year because I moved to the East Coast, started a new job, had a lot going on. But huge thanks to Eric for Eric being Whiteblade for stepping up and uh, and running everything on his own.
Yeah, enormous thanks to Eric. Great guy. Has done a whole lot to organize an NPC and Cascadia. So huge thanks to him and for having me and you on commentary. It's great.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
he's got quite the resume now as a
I
TO.
know. All right, so this matchup, it looks like it's going to be Tule versus, I'm not sure, that's
It's
Arisana? Okay.
Arisana, yeah. So that's Man in the Moon on the left playing Arisana. It is a World Tree deck. And then I don't know about Niklaus's deck, but I'm gonna assume it's probably the Thule that Santa pioneered, which, as far as I'm aware, is the only meta Thule. But I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this World Tree Arisana. I have it has been much discussed among people that I know as like a great deck, as maybe the best deck, as yet another World Tree deck, and also as kind of yet another World Tree deck that, like the Cabinessa Wu deck, that haunted us and then was quickly banned out with the banning of Wu around Borealis release. Um, was never has not yet put up like such dominant numbers that everyone thinks, oh yeah, of course, we got to get rid of World Tree. It's got to go. But at the same time, you have a lot of very experienced players saying this thing's a monster. It's just super complicated, and all the lines are really intricate. Do you have any experience playing with it or against it?
Oh, yes. So for clarification, Man in the Moon and I are on the same team, and we have been grinding games, sharing lists, sharing feedback. I have been exclusively playing World Tree to the extent that I've been playing for a month or so. So I have quite a lot of takes. I know his list, but I don't want to spoil anything. I mean, I fully buy into it's the best deck. It is like you said. There are a lot of lines, there are a lot of options. It can, especially like with Ob, you're tutoring your deck all the time. You need to know what's in your deck like the back of your hand to be able to execute on those lines optimally. And it reminds me a lot of how, in my opinion, Hive Mind Max was the best deck of its meta, and then before that, well before that, Geist was the best deck of his meta. And they just never saw as much play as the reg decks. Just no one wants to burn their brain out playing that deck for an entire day, um, more or less. But yes, I totally agree. The power is there, and hopefully, Man in the Moon can demonstrate that. I'll admit my bias up front. Uh,
Well, it sounds like we have the perfect person on comms for this then. And this
yeah,
looks like an
this works
early
out
World
great.
Tree coming out.
Yeah. And I also want to say, providing additional context, Santa, the inventor and main representative of the Thule deck, is Man in the Moon's brother and also our teammate. And I don't think anyone has played against that Thule deck more than Man in the Moon. So I think he's probably pretty happy about this matchup. Let's see if that pans out.
Yeah, it's also definitely a lot less of a mental strain to pilot this kind of deck into a known matchup. I had some
Oh, for
experience
sure.
playing the early World Tree Woo prototypes, which were very much the same thing. Your whole deck is in your hand at any particular moment. Um, and once you got some reps on it and you understood a matchup, it took a lot of the drain off of piloting it. So that's definitely one of the biggest factors of this kind of deck. I probably don't need to be telling you that, but it is exhausting to play a lot of the time.
No, I totally agree, and I promise everyone we'll get into the minutia of the match in a moment. But we had relatively little downtime between the matches. But I will say I totally agree with that because you're specifically, unlike Hive Mind Max or other things, you're tutoring cards out of your deck. So you need to know what cards you need for the given situation and matchup, and the better you know the matchup, the less mental strain there is out of thinking what card out of your 60 something card deck would work best here. And you could just devote it entirely to piloting more or less in the moment. But with that said, I think we should address the state of the game. It
Yes.
looks like Man in the Moon got a very early World Tree down, which is common and is great, but there's usually three SMCs, three Muses, three trees, and in a large deck, it's still possible that you don't find it very early. So I'm sure he's happy to have found that early to make running these uniced remotes provide value every turn. And speaking of uniced remotes, it definitely looks like Thule is having a field day creating quite a few of those.
Yeah, the classic, I'm going to generate 5 servers on turn 1 from the wage workers into 4 more installs.
Yeah.
Um, Very powerful kind of opening. And this is a fast start for both players. You have World Tree, which is looking at, depending on how you want to do the math, anywhere from 4 to 6 credits, maybe even 7 credits of value when you get to do conversions on your installed cards, and sold off an Ika in order to find Coalescence and then get some money
hmm
from that, and is now dropping down in environmental testing. So just getting all these pieces down that can get credits, get money, and then turn into more money later on. And is that
That
a
is a
daily
simul chip.
cast?
Nope,
Simul
that's a
chip.
simul
Okay.
chip. Yep.
I am
Simul
so used
chip,
to playing
simul
on
chip,
Trina,
I've
I don't
never been
always
sure.
recognize.
Uh, yeah, no, he's that environmental testing is probably going to pop next turn.
Oh,
I mean, honestly, we're just off to the races. He's he's probably feeling pretty good. However, it doesn't matter how many credits you accumulate. The runner is still limited on clicks, barring some craziness like marathon or something. It's not necessarily the case that even if he's incredibly rich, Man in the Moon simply can't check every one of these remotes. So he's going to have to come up with a more specific plan of attack.
yep. This is also definitely not the matchup for Basilar Synth Clan of all things. Even if you want the extra clicks, good luck.
Yeah, fair.
Trust me, I've thought about that card in World Tree, and it just never quite clicks. But now
Yeah.
this is a proper puzzle. Being down to 3 clicks with World Tree can be a little tight because you definitely feel it. You need cards to feed the beast, and you need to be making a run to use the beast. The beast here being the tree,
hmm
and that really means planning your turn a lot when you're only on 3 clicks. That's an install of
Lucky Charm.
Lucky
Uh,
Charm. Yep.
yes.
Great card. Really strong with tree because if you run HQ and then tutor it, you've already satisfied the end of run stopping effect. Um, so it has a lot of synergy with the tree package. And his finding is that a lily pad, I think.
Yes. So yeah, the Lucky Charm does great work against Glacier matchups and Ob with border control. I'm sure I don't need to go through the list of all the cards that the Corp has that can end the run.
These are
But
usually their
also,
important cards. Yes.
there's one or two of them. But also, Lucky Charm just being a really cheap hardware that you can throw down to go find your lily pad, or if you're playing against fast advanced deck, you can go find your Simul chips. Just having another hardware tutor is really nice, especially since we lost Top Hat to the rotation.
Yeah. So using that and then selling it off here, you're probably not going to need the end the run effect or the end the run stopping effect as much as the draw from lily pad. Finding lily pad, that's essentially a click to install it, a click to make the run, and then you're getting 2 credits and the tutor of the card. So it's a
hmm
pretty good deal, all things considered.
Oh yeah, and not to mention popped his environmental testing, so there's +9 right there.
Yep. So looking at 11 credits for the runner, and
Mhm.
still 5 credits for the corp, I believe, if that's a 5, and I'm reading it.
I I think it is. I mean, I haven't seen the corp generate any credits, so I'd have to imagine that it
Yep.
can't be more than 5. All right. Looks like Man in the Moon actually found some draw. One thing about the World Tree Ari deck is, while obviously tutoring cards out, usually for free, is tremendous value. You do still need to actually draw into important events like Trick Shot and Burner. I'm sure I don't have to. Well, I will. Burner obviously being important in this matchup, being able to bury those tag punishment cards or otherwise do a form of multi-access that doesn't require you to actually steal anything and interact with that Thule ability.
Yeah, definitely. It's the dynamic between World Tree and events is pretty fascinating. You
Yeah.
have this extremely powerful tool that lets you find all of your installable cards. So all you really need in your deck after that is a whole bunch of great events, so that when you draw them, you're happy to have them in your hand rather than needing to tutor them out. So you end
Yeah.
up, I often and found myself with more events than I expected in a World Tree deck, just because you have such an easy time finding the other things.
Yeah, and you're thinning your own deck.
Caldera,
There's the
yeah,
Caldera. That
that's a
is
little heartbreaking for Thule, I think.
but oh, sorry, I thought he lost it to damage. Yes, I did not want to call this out ahead of time, but the list is on Caldera and quite good into those Asmari Gypsod decks as well as
Yep.
Thule for obvious reasons. You yeah, Thule
For those
doing
who
a
don't
core
know,
damage. Oh yeah,
yeah,
sorry, go
it's
ahead.
pay 3 credits to prevent a net damage or a core damage. You can do that any number of times for whatever damage you can take. Extremely valuable against core because it's usually a very high price for it. So 3 credits to stop it is a steal.
Oh yeah. Also, by the way, just so everyone knows, stream's having issues. It should be up in just a moment. So I guess let's keep talking about Caldera. It is very expensive. It does prevent, but usually with core damage, you're not taking it in swaths, the death by 1,000 cuts, the way that Jinteki deals out net. Typically, you're only going to need to prevent one, maybe two core damage to just totally neuter the Quartz game plan. And so that high price ends up being perfectly reasonable when, paying 3 credits means you win or don't win the game. You'll happily pay that 3 credits.
Yeah. It's also a card that feels just great to install. And oh, there's Eric.
Hey, Eric.
Probably going to turn his camera on to the. Yeah, there we go. It's a card that feels just great to install with World Tree, and also to sell off to World Tree, being 3 credits itself and a resource. If you find it in
hmm
your hand, great. You can install it and turn it into a daily cast or an environmental testing. And if you need to go find it, well, you're installing it basically for 0 credits after whatever you've paid to get whatever is going to tutor it. So the
Yeah.
3 credit install cost, you feel it a lot less when you're playing around with World Tree, which just zeroes that out.
Yeah, absolutely true. Yeah, typically paying 6 to prevent one core, that's pretty bad. Paying 3 to prevent core feels a lot better. Um, as for the impact on the Thule game plan more specifically, so despite Santa being a teammate, I have thankfully and intentionally managed to ever be forced to play against this deck, the Thule deck. And so I actually don't have very much matchup experience or insight into the absolute plethora of kill options available to it. But it's pretty fascinating watching him attempt, or all Thule players attempt to plan out their projected kill multiple turns in advance, accounting for all these different factors, all these different tech cards. And like we saw in a game earlier today with Santa on Thule against, I apologize, I'm blanking on the player. I believe it was Donji Roj on Knife Sable with a multitude of tech. It made things very complicated for Thule. Um, yeah.
Yeah, an impressive deck and certainly very threatening when you see it with here. We're going to catch up on the board state. We still got the
Oh, it looks like
Caldera,
stream's
still have
back
all
up.
of that, and it looks like we have more remotes, and one of them is a spin doctor.
Yes.
As I was gonna say, with this many face down cards on the board, it looks like MCA was popped. I don't see an agenda scored. With this many cards on the table, it's hard for an unfamiliar runner to identify what all they're dealing with. Um, whereas Man in the Moon probably has a much better sense of what is going to be hiding on the board there.
Yeah, absolutely true. I do wonder if the MCA was popped. I think it looks more like it was trash to me. I'm
Yeah, I
not.
was going to say.
I can't say for sure. But yes, Man in the Moon. I believe knows. We can't speak to Nicklaus's exact list. But speaking of the quote unquote canonical Santa list, he knows that list front to back. So I'd have to imagine he has a good idea of what a lot of those face down cards are, unless Nicklaus is packing some spice, as if kill HB needed more spice. Oh yeah, great shout out from chat. Thank you to Wenjing. It looks like there's a Solon Ikawa that Man in the Moon managed to find tucked under the mat.
Well, that's pretty nice to
But
have then. Now, here's
yeah,
Trick Shot
that's
coming up. That's a real powerhouse card. Probably can help clean up some stuff on board here.
this looks like it's click 2, and also with the Caldera down and having the trick shot money, accessing extra cards, not actually a bad thing to be doing. Whereas other decks might be more scared of the multi-access against Thule. I think Man in the Moon is feeling pretty fine about seeing a multitude of cards.
Yeah, because in this case, you can just spend the 3 credits instead of clicking 2 or the core damage by taking the core damage and then preventing it.
Mhm. Which is also 3 credits.
Yes.
Yeah. Wonder what he's thinking about here. I wish we could see that card. That looks
Long
like a steal. Yes.
false lead.
All right. I assume he spends the click in the 2. Yeah, looks like he did. 4 points, good number to be on. Because, even though I believe there's only one Ikoa left, theoretically, if you're put in a very tough spot, you do only need one more agenda steal to win. So I'm sure that
Yeah.
feels good. However, another thing worth pointing out, threat 4 turns on Jaguarundi's on encounter ability, which is typically one of only 1 or 2 ice that this Stule is playing.
Yeah. And you saw Man in the Moon spending 3 credits off of the trick shot there in order to prevent the core damage. The clicks are really, really valuable in this World Tree deck. As you said at the top of this matchup, you may have all this money, you may have all this tutoring, but you only have so many clicks. So you will generally spend a premium to preserve as many of those as you can.
Yeah, I actually am a little bit surprised that Abraham did choose to spend the click instead of the extra 1 credit to just prevent for Caldera. Unless I might be misremembering how Thule works, it might be worded such that you are required to do one of the 2, and so you can't prevent the core. And I believe that is the way it's worded. So yeah, you would have to actually suffer the core if I'm reading that right. Oh, no, I'm reading it wrong. You could prevent the core.
Yeah,
Thanks, Jai, for mentioning that.
it's not the funhouse thing where they need to choose one. It's do this unless, and so you decline to do one, and then they inflict the core, and then you say, well, I'll pay to prevent that too.
Well, we don't have to get into this now. Interestingly, Funhouse also says unless, so I'm gonna look into why that is different later. But also just for the sake of the viewers, Man in the Moon does have a lot of these color inverted cards that look pretty cool that he printed out. So the card in his heap is just a sure gamble, which he played to end his previous turn.
And we do also see a Stone Ship chart room on the board. This can be trashed at any paid ability window to draw 2 cards. Very big for dodging various kinds of kill lines. With that and Caldera, probably feels pretty well insulated against this kind of damage.
Oh yeah. And another option, Lilypad on the corpse turn. You can pop a Simul chip to install a program, draw another card. So Man in the Moon able to draw 3 cards during the corpse turn, not to mention having the Caldera to prevent core damage. The thing he does need to be careful about though is distributed tracing. Caldera is a resource, so if Man in the Moon steals an agenda, that distributed tracing will be online, and then that's an unavoidable tag, at which point Nicholas would be able to just trash the Caldera. Looks like Man in the Moon tutoring Copulation, which is very useful for removing a card from the board without trashing it, which notably dodges Riot Suppression, which is a card that these 2 lists play 3 of, where when you trash or steal a corp card, you're forced to choose between suffering a core damage or losing 3 clicks from your next turn. So Copulation lets you trash something without actually trashing it. Very useful.
Opts not to do anything with it MCA, and instead just puts a little marker on it to remember which is which.
Smart note-taking move.
Yeah.
So how much do you know about the piloting of this Thule deck, and how would you rate their board state? Because I'll be honest, I don't know that much to comment on it.
I am really familiar with a lot of unrefined Thule decks.
Okay.
I remember talking through a lot of, well, how good is riot suppression? What can we do with this? But I'm less familiar with how the deck has developed as it's progressed through these different environments. I was mostly familiar with like sort of the Borealis early Automaton Initiative kind of iterations of it. Um,
hmm
but
Oh, is sorry to
there's
interrupt.
the MC.
Yeah. I was confused for a second. I thought Man in the Moon ran it again, and then, but not the case. Anyway, I apologize. Continue.
Yeah. So the big things are being able to punish the runner when they interact with you, and then
hmm
having something that is proactive enough to threaten interaction. I'm not. I would have to check the math on the exact reach of this deck from an arbitrary board state. The big threat is going to be MCA austerity policy plus wage workers, letting you as the court gain a large number of clicks on a turn and play some sort of kill combo from board. Those are the main
hmm
things you need to check for and interact with. And then
Yeah.
the counterpunch to that is going to be riot suppression. And there's one in
Speaking
hand.
of, oh wow, Abraham, excuse me, Man in the Moon, surprisingly not choosing to host that on compilation. Um, Interesting.
Yeah, there's a certain tension here between wanting to save these disruption tools like compilation for when they're really necessary and wanting to do something proactive. The big thing to observe here is that the corp mostly doesn't have a scoring plan.
hmm
This is a deck that mostly wants to combo kill and even uses agendas to combo for a flat line.
Yeah, I
So
was. Oh, sorry.
the
Go ahead.
runner isn't under the same kind of time pressure as against, say, like the sports metal decks that we've been seeing earlier on stream.
hmm Yeah, yeah, that's fair. You're very unlikely to see the Thule race to 5 points, and suddenly the runner needs to be very aggressive. Um, as long as Man in the Moon with this Caldera Stone Ship Lily Pad just sits at a relatively high number of cards, I think it's going to be really hard for Niklaus to kill him. And to what you said earlier about using the agendas to facilitate the kill combo, one of those main agendas is orbital superiority. So it's 4-2 when you score it. The runner takes a tag, or if they are tagged, they take, I believe it's 4 meat damage. Um, and so that, in combination with end of the line, obviously sets up a kill. Which, now that I mentioned end of the line, I bet that's probably what Man in the Moon is saving Copulation for. I think if he, never mind, proven wrong immediately. Uh,
Yeah, the
um,
big thing here about so there was one MCA was gone. The second one
hmm,
gets did was something trashed here? I guess something was. Did probably cleared out the spin doctor. Yes, that's what happened here. So
I
uh
see.
the Tule player allowed the spin doctor to get trashed. And
Yes.
then the MCA got hit with inflation,
Mhm.
and then that means riot suppression is still online. So kind of an interesting choice there to go fetch the MCA after trashing the spin doctor. But I think once Arasana decides that I need to get rid of the spin doctor, I don't want recursion to be available to the corp, then it's important to clear off that MCA because otherwise the MCA would go for 3 counters and be active on a turn following riot suppression, which is very threatening.
Mhm. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Do you know what that card is? The gold one?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I can't tell what it is.
No, I've never seen that before. If anyone in chat knows what card that is, please let us know. Um, but it looks like oh, okay, chat's saying that it's Oppo research. Uh, so it did you see whether Man in the Moon chose to lose the clicks or take the core?
Um, I'm not sure. I would assume it was lost clicks, but we could check cards in hand, which would
Mhm.
be maximum here, one way or another. Um,
I'm also going to check riot suppression. I want to. Can you prevent this damage? No, you cannot prevent it. You have to suffer the core damage. Or,
right.
yeah, okay. So, yeah, I think you're probably right that, um, actually, I wish we had noticed, because there's an interesting choice there. Whereas having 4 tags and only being able to clear one, um, is a huge negative and will get your Caldera trashed. I think with the amount of draw that you have on the corpse turn, taking 1 core damage doesn't sound that bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It might have been the
Yep.
core.
Yeah. Looks like Man in the Moon is selling a Cass for maybe making a decision in real time. A Bones. Yeah,
Bones.
that seems like a pretty good call. Uh, that'll net him 11 credits of value, which is frankly absurd. Right expression, I don't know what that is. Hypoxia.
Yeah, something in hypoxia. It looks like it has a trash
Mhm.
cost, but I wasn't sure what the second card was.
Mhm.
And this Bones is probably coming in to maybe clear out a wage workers.
Mhm.
That is a pretty key card for how this Thule deck works a lot of the time. Getting that extra click is very valuable for setting up board state, for recovering on credits by
Mhm.
clicking for them, and also for combos.
Yeah, it's just pure value on a stick. And notably, Niklaus also not that looks like a regolith. That's got to go. Um, I was saying Niklaus notably not resing something like a Malia when the Bones gets installed, um,
Yep.
which would lock up those credits.
Yeah,
Don't
little
know if the
undo
deck's on
here,
it. Yeah.
taking a credit off of this Bones for it,
Mhm.
instead of from the credit pool, which is just a
Right.
friendly walk back. Goes and trashes the
Mhm.
wage workers. There's always a threat. There's another one of those on the board, and with what is that? 10 cards, 10 different remotes. There's a decent odd,
Yeah,
decent
I'd
odds
say
of
there's a
making one.
pretty good chance. Oh, and it looks like Man in the Moon, recurring that compilation that had been spent to sweep HQ without really seeing. Oh, that's an end of the line. Yep.
Yeah, that's a big get.
That. I mean,
That end of the line has been put on ice, and there's no coming back from that. You can't spin doctor that one back.
yeah. Is I wonder, does Niklaus actually have a way to kill him anymore? I think these decks only play one end of the line. That is, I mean, even if they play two, that is a massive setback to Niklaus.
Yeah, now it needs to go then find the other one and
Mm. Looks like
potentially
there's a
just get step
gaslight in hand. Sorry to
gaslight.
interrupt.
Yeah.
Gaslight
Oh,
in
go ahead.
hand, yeah. So if there is another one, that's your way to finding it. I think these lists canonically have one. I should really know this, but yeah. Regardless, that's a really good hit for Man in the Moon. Not to mention the whole time he's holding that end of the line hostage. Compilation is online to go sweep HQ, maybe get some more points. Um, but I don't
There's
think Man in the
the
Moon is in a rush to win. I think he's just playing control, stop the corp from winning, and you can't lose. Yeah.
exactly. And if you can lock out all the ways that a corp can win the game, then well, in addition to being up 4 points, technically you would also win an unlimited game as the corp draws out their entire deck.
Yeah.
Here, though, we see the second wage workers on the board. Not too surprising with how many installs there
Mhm.
were. 3 installs into Res and Click MCA, reestablishing some pressure the uh, on the runner here.
Yeah, I think, uh, I mean, it's pressure in that it's value, but finding the gaslight. Yeah, you don't want to be too careful. Um, it is establishing value going forward, but if that is the only end of the line, which it looks like Jeff chiming in chat
Oh,
to say yes. Oh, what it? Oh, yeah.
it's a big hit. Finding
Okay,
Luminal off the
that's
board, going
aluminum.
up to 6 points.
Oof.
Any little agenda touch now will do it.
Oh yeah. Um,
Spending credits for
I
that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't really see how Niklaus pulls this out. Um, you'd have to you'd have to score an orbital to get a kill somehow. But you'd have to land a tag before that, either through like Riot Expression Oppo or looks like the Oppo's coming out. But I don't think Niklaus has the 7 credits to land 4 tags. Can only land 2.
No, it feels sometimes like the money doesn't matter that much in Thule. You can look at their board and think, well, they have all these unresed cards and they're just trying to kill me. Why do I care? They're not resing any ice. But it does start to really matter when you look at how many operations they need to play back to back and how much they need to do on a combo turn in order to
Hmm.
really kill the runner, which means trashing that Regolith earlier, a very big deal. A very sharp
Oh
move
yeah.
there.
Yeah, the deck does have a fair amount of money through those regoliths, but it's mostly comprised only by those 2 cards. So it can burst up, but if those are the only two, you're kind of in a tough spot. And speaking of tough spots, Yeah, it does. Oh, that's a Mr. Hendrick. So
Declines to use it.
yeah, it does cost 2 credits to fire. Wonder what Niklaus would rather be spending those credits on.
That's
Another
another Hendrick.
Mr. Hendrick.
Maybe it's this time.
I doubt it.
This is usually why runners don't go fishing around in these remotes, because in a less developed board state,
Oh, you're
with
right.
fewer defensive pieces in play, you hit Hendrick into Hendrick and it's game over.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, interestingly, Man in the Moon going to 0 credits, but even with that said, like 0 credits, 2 tags, I don't know how you kill him. And even if Niklaus did have end of the line, there's simply no money there. I wonder, landing this hypoxia certainly not going to hurt Niklaus's chances. Although I don't think this is part of a kill combo. This is just setting the stage, doing a core, sapping a click, trying to claw back. Oh, 2 hypoxia.
Okay, that's something there. That's minus
That's
2
something, yeah.
clicks
Hmm.
and down to 3 cards in hand. So Orbital does kill now if these tags stick around.
That is true. However, it still costs 6 credits to res a wage workers and then score out an orbital. So I think Man in the Moon is still safe for 2 more turns. He's
Yeah,
just
and
going
there we go.
fishing, and there it is.
At that point, the runner pulls the trigger and just says, "I check everything on the board. You don't have enough
Oh,
clicks to install that much."
yeah,
Good game.
yeah. No, yeah. Niklaus doing everything he could, and definitely putting some pressure on. But I think once that end of the line went, it was. Yeah, it wasn't looking good. And Man in the Moon, I suppose, showing his matchup experience. Well played by both players, but yeah, that looked a bit tough.
Yeah, very well played to both. Certainly a testament to how dangerous this Thule deck remains. That even in the
Mhm.
face of what we were talking about is maybe the best runner deck in the format, that is more than any other runner deck equipped to draw out specific tech for this matchup, it still requires very careful and precise play and still looks to be threatening a lot of tricky forks involving lost clicks and tags. Without hitting the end of the line and maybe 1 or 2 more credits, not finding the regolith, that could easily still be a kill next turn.
Oh yeah, I mean, if Men in the Moon were not playing the deck as you just described, as well as being a player with arguably the most Thule experience in the game, like any player, even like a fantastically skilled player with less experience or on a slightly less optimized deck, that was still very much in play. So well executed by Niklaus, but looks like it didn't happen today. Although them being at the top tables, I believe that Niklaus is still in contention for day 2. So this definitely not the last we may be seeing of them.
Yeah, for sure. Good luck to them both. Great game of Netrunner. I think we're going to go on break. We'll be back for the next round pretty soon.
All right, don't go anywhere. See you soon.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm back. Thank you. Big props to Sam Radiant for covering for me. This table is still actually waiting on the names. I'm wondering if that's Riel again on the right-hand side, this time playing Riel. But we'll wait for the confirmation on that one. Does look like I got that right. Don't recognize the player on the left from this profile, but that does look like a PE, which I can probably do some process of elimination on. Actually, I guess now that I know one player, I can do it for the other one. This is Penguin, a name I don't recognize, but playing PE and has been doing pretty well on it so far. Is actually 3-0 on this PE. So we should be in for an interesting style of gameplay. And hey, if all of the runners are going to break your ice unfairly or do it by taking damage themselves, why not let them just have your whole deck be built around that damage? So it'll be interesting to see how this manifests. We've been seeing a lot of like Prana PE builds, so be kind of curious to see how that goes. But we are in round 8 of 9 here, so coming close to the end here. We've got one player on 21 points, 2 players on 18, a single player on 16, and then players 5 through 13 on 15 points, and then another handful between 14 and 26 on 12. So looks like, there's a lot of people that can hit 18. Only the top 8 are going to make it. So it's going to be a tight race. There's going to be a lot of games played, and I think very few people have a locked in position just yet. But we'll probably see a few people able to squeak it out next round. But here we go, and Peter, it sounds like you're on the call.
I am indeed. I'm excited to see some PE here. We've seen Ag Infusion, and certainly it seems like there's a fair amount of Ag Infusion in this tournament. But PE is certainly, it's in my mind, the scarier little sibling. The extra damage just makes a lot of cards a lot more frightening to deal with, and I think I see a punitive counterstrike in hand. Speaking of scary damage.
Yeah, that's a really interesting little addition because you often don't think of PE decks as playing 5/3s, and you usually think of PE decks or like 5/3s and punitive going together. But like, I also see a blood in the water in hand, so there's a world where we might see a value punitive or punitive as a fast advance tool, which I think would be a pretty wild way for the option for this deck. And it probably does have some lines where, oh, you accidentally cough up 3 points. Oops, I hope you had, a lot of cards in your hand. Definitely is an interesting take on PE.
My eyes opened wide up when you said fast advance punitive. That is so exciting to think about. So that probably means that we're looking at a fairly mixed agenda suite here. If there's blood in the water, presumably some number of one pointers in PE, Sting and House of Knives are still really good, maybe a mix of those, and maybe also Fuji, which goes up to 3 damage in this identity.
Yeah, and we're turn. I click 2 sparking here, and the Lobby hits the table on 1 credit, so there's probably a creative hand. Corp is just going to take a quick look, see what they can glean from the couple of cards. We see a pinhole threading, we see a burner. I don't think any big surprises there, but seeing the pinhole threading does tell you at least some of the principled ice spend, and maybe something you have to worry about.
Yeah, probably just slight a hair more important to look at those cards against Kit because of how limited Kit is on influence. Um, it's only 10, so if the corp sees a pinhole threading, that accounts for a relatively larger percentage of what you need to be worried about. But this Lobby coming down means that remote is going to get cracked open pretty regularly and pretty easily, so long as the runner can find the credits for it.
Yep. Oh, and we're actually going to go click 3 trick shot, I think, here. Or no, this is click 4 trick shot. That's a dangerous time to run. But we see a Reaper function off the top, it looks like. And we're going to take a long think, but I think probably just taking that threat off the board probably worthwhile. That might be a Rashida. Nope, looks like it's staying, so it's probably not a Rashida here. And now I think Riel's making a decision about if she's going to charge the remote with I guess 5 cards in hand, if I'm trying to do the math right. Minus 3 and plus the 3, so it would be okay. And Lobby comes in with a counter, and Run is coming in, and it's a Sting off the top. So we're gonna Riel is gonna lose 1 card from PE and 1 card from Sting, and potentially if Penguin over here can score. What am I saying? Can score Sting himself. He will deal 3 damage in retaliation. So Sting, one of those big parts of the matchup to start amping up the pressure on the runner.
Yeah, for sure. And opts not to show what that ice is going to be, which probably makes a lot of sense. There were credits floating around on the trick shot still, so that's basically a free ice break there. And also giving up the information of what it is. If it's an anemone, definitely don't want to show that or use its effect right now. So it makes sense not to flip that one face up just yet. Looks to be install click for 2, protecting R&D against further trick shots, but HQ is still open for potential burners, which are a good way to look at those Jinteki agendas without actually having to touch them yet.
Yeah, I would also mention Cataloger is a great card for Riel here if she's put it in the deck. It's a great way to interface with R&D without causing any major issues. But it looks like a pretty quiet turn for the runner here and quite a quick one of drawing off of Nuka, clicking for 2 credits, and installing a stone ship. And now it's up to Penguin to decide how to build out the threat on this board after trying to, tamp down some defenses to stop the runner from going haywire. See 2 installs and a credit back.
Yeah, that's been a pretty consistent pattern we've seen here in a lot of the games on stream. Is the corp throws some stuff out early on the board, the runner usually attacks, gets through, and then the next turn the corp is falling back to ice up centrals. Um, and that's just fascinating to notice that it's kind of a regular pattern that happened in Ag Infusion, that happened in OB, that's happened in Sports Metal Game, and here's Biobands coming into HQ, and that looks like a prepaid voice pad funding it.
Yeah, so we've definitely seen some prepaid kit, and we see a Dr. Nuka coming down for free. We're just going to see a card. I could not tell you what that card is. Uh,
It's a
maybe
piece of
chat will
ice,
know.
man.
Yeah, it's
It's a
not
long deck.
trashable. Well, actually, no. It might even be trashable. That's the funny thing, because Riel is on 0 credits here, and then I think takes a credit for her last click. Um,
Okay, Corp takes mandatory draw, doesn't res any of those remotes, and then has a think for a minute here.
Yeah, I think like one of the ideas around the style of PE, with the Reaper function scene, there's probably going to be a long period where there's quite a few cards unresed, and then trying to figure out if there's a way to spike them all for damage in the turn. So we saw a Bladderwort install. I think you could play Penguin could use the Bladderwort for some just some value, but it might actually be more beneficial for him to leave it face down and save it as some net damage after putting some expensive ice on the board, like after spending some money on other pieces of tempo.
Yeah, that definitely ends up being the more appealing way to play Bladderwort, right? Is you could just res it as kind of a pad campaign, or you can save it to basically be free damage on a key turn after you've had to spend down, whether, as you say, that's for resing ice, or on a turn where you're trying to spike a bunch of damage or tempo with other assets that you're resing. So, might res it this turn if Penguin feels that the money's necessary, but also might not.
Yep. Looks like a somewhat quiet turn. I cannot tell what that card that just got installed is, though. Cost 2 credits. Oh, that's probably has 5 on it, or is the Miss Bones and it's about to get okay, yeah, makes sense. It's a Miss Bones. I was like, it looks blue, but yeah.
Yeah, Miss Bones definitely going to be huge here. All that money, it's really rough to run against or to play a corp against, isn't it? Just seeing the runner essentially gain 10 credits to interact with your board like that.
Yeah, it's for 2 influence and 2 credits, that is a powerful lump. Uh, Installing another ice on this remote, clicking for a credit, and I think got one more click to decide what to do here. Um,
Looks like a sure gamble. Using that prepaid credit, it's nice to get the money from that where you
yep,
can.
and a
Checks.
wage workers. That's a neat little include, just to try and make the most of your turns, and then we see the Bladderwort go down as well, so that Bones has now paid out +5 credits, um, which is a very nice little start there. Not bad. It looks like maybe a
Another
creative
creative
commission
commission.
last click.
Mhm.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
Stone Ship and the Dr. Nuka definitely are giving Riel a lot of control here over her hand.
Yeah, that Nuka, is it on one counter? Am I seeing that right? Or is it still on
I
two?
think so, yeah. And that looks like one counter to me. It's like we're gonna res a Spin Doctor start a turn and then use it to shuffle 2 face ups. Looks like a Bladderwort, and I didn't catch the other card, but
I think it was the wage workers because I see the Reaper function
Hmm.
still in archives.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, there's probably 3 Reaper functions in the deck. There's probably only 2 wage workers, so seems valuable to get back.
Yeah, for sure. And a fair amount of ice coming out for this PE list. I feel like sometimes I think of PE as a little lighter on ice, that it mostly relies on assets and other forms of damage to threaten the runner. But this is full iced up centrals. This is more central ice than Sokka's Ag Infusion Glacier deck installed during its entire game.
Uh, okay,
And
we're seeing a see how they. No, let's not see how they run. This is a bring them home resolve.
wow,
A card that you do not see very often. Um,
they're both checking
but
whether yeah, they're both checking whether or not it reveals the cards. Um,
yeah, yeah. Card that,
not
you know. Oh, and then a front company scored. Yeah, this is a spicy build of PE. Lots of different
oh, yeah.
tools here. Um,
Well, fortunately, Kit's already set up with the Lobisome to be able to punch through the HQ and the R&D ice relatively safely. That would be a real problem
yeah,
if the runner didn't have a breaker installed and then was facing down this front company double ice remote with no comfortable way to start even running those remote servers.
it looks like we're seeing a chop at HQ. Going for a single here. Let's see what it is. It is a wage workers. Spending 4 off the credit pool. Just saying that does not belong on the board. And would not be surprised to see front company targeted next, just to ensure a lot of flexibility here. But clicking to draw, I think, after the access makes some sense. Um, Bones, I think we'll have 3 credits left, 2 credits left on it. Missed that count. And it looked like there was maybe a creative commission drawn, so gonna have some options here. But nope, maybe I miscount the clicks a bit.
Yeah, trashing the wage workers for real money from hand sometimes feels a little bad to trash assets out of HQ, and even worse sometimes to trash them out of R&D if the corp hasn't even drawn them yet. But in this case, it makes a lot of sense. That card is an enormous amount of tempo, and as soon as the corp installs it, they're usually getting the click they spent back anyway. So you might as well get rid of it when you see it.
Yep, looks like Corp is just gonna click for 3 here. I think as the runner, whenever the Corp is not doing anything, you generally are quite happy. It does, this is this is a bit of a challenge where I think you kind of have to figure out what this PE deck is trying to do on the fly here. Because it doesn't look like a lot of PEs that like people were playing maybe a year ago that were very ice light, or like would do analytic piranha stuff. It's like a pinhole threading, seeing a Fuji in the remote. So
Mm,
an
that's
interesting puzzle for the runner here.
difficult to crack into that one. The corp is looking at, I think, 9 credits. So the tie into Anansi is the nightmare scenario on that remote. You would assume that the bigger, scarier ice is the inner one. That's a little harder to crack open. But yeah, I wonder how much this PE deck has been benefiting from essentially being a rogue figure. It's definitely really valuable for corps to keep runners on their toes and to do things that are unexpected a lot of the time, to just have something strange going on that runners aren't prepared for in the format. And this PE deck, it's hard to get a beat on it just from the other stuff that we're used to seeing. Doesn't seem like quite as much of a known value, at least based on how it's playing so far.
Yeah, I want to shout out very interestingly, an Orca just got discarded from hand by Kit. So I assume there's some method, maybe a retrieval run to get it out of the bin for reduced cost. Um, there's still influence floating that would make that a possibility. Because otherwise, I might as Kit just say, yeah, if my opponent clicks for 4 and I drew an Orca, or click for 3, I can just click for 4 a couple turns in a row and then get my Orca down. Um, so we'll see.
Yeah, because you would think that Orca is going to be pretty important in this matchup if Kit commits to breaking multi-ice servers that frequently. We have Burner coming in for free off of prepaid. Maybe our
Yep.
first ice of the game, thinking about it.
Yep. 9 credits. It's a very difficult thing here. Runner, it looks like it's on 11. But Burner's just going to fire, and we'll get to see if Riel finds any of the two punitives that are in hand and learns kind of what the game is at this point. But we're gonna randomize the 3 cards first, and then see them all. Oh, randomize the 2 that are not going to be seen. I can't quite tell what the cards are. Oh, that's such a bummer. Okay, that one going on the bottom tells me it's probably the punitive counter strike, just as a guess. And then Blood in the Water
Water
going
goes
back
back
in
on.
hand, Rashida going back on top. Because there was no Ice Resriel, can now just run R&D and go and snipe the 2 points here, unless there's a Spin Doctor on the board, which definitely could be the case.
Yeah, depending on the ice choice, a res on HQ, if the credits were there to res both of these ice, would have heavily deterred this run back onto R&D. So it's a risk you need to take as the Jinteki player here. But then
Yep.
once again
Okay.
thinking about the res.
Yep. This is a Vampira Nasa, so 7 of those 9 credits are going in. Kit is going to boost for 2, and then probably break. Doesn't actually necessarily need to break all the subroutines, but probably will end up breaking all of them, and that is in fact what it looks like. Blood in the
Yeah,
Water.
definitely want to
So
break the draw there because the draw
yeah.
going off and then drawing the blood and water back into hand would feel pretty bad.
Ooh, and that's a compile hit, so this Orca might be a little more stranded than we thought.
Um,
Um, could be an interesting one, though the deck probably is on multiple compiles. It does actually even look like there's a second compile in hand, and we're going to, in fact, we're going to see Riel compile the remote, paying 2. No res is a Fuji, uh, and looks like there was an agenda miscount. Only 6 points scored. I think Riel maybe thought that, and I thought that was 7. Looks like she had offered her handout, but
yeah, that's
has
not
only
the manner hand extension. That's just a miscount on the board. This happens all the
yeah,
time.
yeah.
Pretty easy to lose track of how much a particular agenda is worth when you're dealing with such a mixed suite like is in this Jinteki list.
Yep.
Ooh, and there's
So
Bladderwort
looks like
into Rashida.
yeah, 2 cards in hand. If one Bladderwort and Rashida probably gets to punitive kill here,
Well,
because
a punitive is 5 damage now.
yes. So let's see. Runner is on 4 credits, so I think a punitive just wins the game.
We don't see
But
it.
yeah, I thought there was 2 in hand and only 1 got Bernard, but maybe I miscounted. But nope, there it is. There's the punitive that wins the game. Yeah, I
There
think
we go.
maybe Riel might have miscounted, thought that the sting was 2 points, which happens all the time, and accidentally kind of walks into a bit of a trap. And
Yeah, we've seen
PE
seen
does the
these Jinteki
stuff.
decks do a bunch of really nasty damage with I think that's been a theme of today is Jinteki decks and just Corp decks in general having a lot of spike to them. There's we saw Ob early with some Azef scores. We saw a run into an Anansi with Banhar. We've seen 2 of these Tule decks that are so spiky and killy, and then we've seen this Jinteki PE on punitive. It really seems like dealing damage to runners is pretty key over the course of these stream games we've seen. But a good game, good matchup, very interesting play, and had a sort of different texture to it, I think, than some of the games we've seen early.
Yeah, no, I thought this was a really cool deck, and given where the standings are, I'm guessing we're going to see more of Penguins decks tomorrow. So hopefully we'll get to see this PE played again, and maybe with it's always one of those things where I'm like, on open deck lists, does this matchup play a little differently when the owner knows what they can face check? Like how much is surprise here, and like the uncertainty of every ice posing some real dangers.
Yeah, that is definitely a big consideration. Some decks are much more day 1 decks versus day 2 decks. And often trap decks can be a little bit more of that, unless the deck is just generating enough forks and enough complication, like these Tule decks seem able to do, that even if you know the list, it still is pretty dangerous to play against. So, if this PE deck is going to make it into day 2, we'll have to see how it does to people who go in knowing what they're dealing with.
For sure. Well, I think Peter, you said you have to get going after this round, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yep,
Um,
that's unfortunately the case. It's been a long day of casting. I've had a wonderful time. And thank you everyone for tuning in. You have another round left with Jeff, so stick around, enjoy it, and then look forward to day 2.
Yeah, let's thanks so much, Peter, for coming on. This has been a real blast, and thanks again to Whiteblade and the team for running this event, and all the players. These have been some really great and interesting games today. So
Absolutely. All right, thanks y'all, and stick around for the next round with Jeff after the break.